It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never fear how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just outside of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. And to the things you do, stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just outside of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just outside of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose cross nights and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
seeking Father, not before I pray these on the bed. Way up ahead, I see the crowd of flashing blue red lights. I wanna see the college outside.
Good morning. It is August the 23rd, 2026. Coming to you live from the Deep End Broadcasting Network Studios here in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. It is the round robin, never scripted, now in our 5th year on the network, coming to you live this Sunday morning as we creep ever so closer to week 1 of the National Football League. All right, that's what we're about, guys. If you're new to the show or if you've been around for a while, I'll go ahead and kind of recap how we do things. I am Stephen Murray, the host of your show. We will take you throughout the morning until noon, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern right now. As we get into week 1, that show time changes to 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then from there, it is everything involved with every wagering angle possible, fantasy, survivor pool, alternative lines, touchdown scores, everything across the board. You name it, quarterback rushing yards. We'll get involved with it, and we'll take a look at things, and we will find the best plays on the board. For us, we will train you to think, to open your mind to possibilities of endless grandeur. And, where you hear a lot of people out there picking on you about how you bet and, oh, that's a stupid way to do things. Maybe not so fast, right? I mean, we can pull some, I don't even want to call it magic. We can pull some professionalism out of a hat at any given moment and strike a nice big bet. Investing the minimum and rewarding ourselves with the maximum value. Turning $10 into $1,000, not impossible. Turning $20 into $5,000, not impossible. Getting a nice big 5-digit payout, well over $10,000, not impossible. All right, all things that we've done on this program. And you know what? A lot of people hate those parlays. I've been hearing a lot of parlay hatred again as we're getting ready to start this season. But yes, you will not make a huge amount of money unless you do parlay. You're going to have to. All right. So why not? Let's go for it. And the people who tell you that you're stupid, here's the reasoning behind it. You can take your $10 to 7-Eleven and try to win $50 or $500 on a scratcher lottery ticket. Chances are you won't be able to. Or, you know what? Let me find 3 or 4 props that I like. I'll move the lines to make it a little bit harder to achieve the task. And when I put, 3 or 4 different plays together of plus money, then once that seems to happen, we'll get a nice big hit. For example, baseball, right? You take 4 teams, and let's just say the team runs. Let's keep it simple. If you want to bet an RBI or a home run, to each their own. If this was a professional baseball betting show, I would say don't even look at props, to be honest. So this is maybe my professional gambling coming out, but think of it this way. Like, all right, let's take, for instance, Pete Alonso to get 2 RBIs because he will hit a home run. Someone will be on base, and instead of getting the payout of plus 250 on his home run, we'll now get 5-1 odds on 2 RBIs. Or you know what? He doesn't even need a home run. He just needs a couple of RBIs. All right. Well, that sounds all fun and dandy And yes, you can have some fun with those props, but at the end of the day, you come up with a lot of goose eggs and a whole lot of nothing because you're asking one person to get runs for you. Now, when you bet over 4.5 runs, right, for the whole team, and now you're getting plus money to get to 5 runs, now you're asking the whole conglomerate of everybody together to pitch in and just get to your 5 measly runs. At the end of the day, the whole contribution of the many, okay, will be easier to succeed than the one individual who, quite frankly, needs someone on base in front of him anyway to get a chance to have an RBI, right? You come up first in the inning or whatever the case may be. So think of it that way. There are shorter paths to success than a lot of other ways. We'll go through those examples as this show progresses through the season. But, don't do RBIs. Don't take one guy to get 2 RBIs when you can take the whole team just to get the 4 or 5. All right? And, have not that much of a difference of a plus payout at the end of the day as well. So things that make sense is what we want to exploit. And quite frankly, if you're going to give us a full gambling board with a bunch of different games, hockey, baseball, basketball, whatever, football, we'll find the best plays on the board for us. And that's what we'll try to take advantage of. There are blowouts every night in sports. Every night. Not everything has to be closing line value. We almost shut it and spit it in the face. We want bad line value. We want, instead of laying 2 points to win a game, I want to lay 11 points, all right, to get 3-1 odds to win by 2 scores. That's the other thing. At the end of the day, a lot of times to get more plus money, all you're asking is for 1 extra score in the span of the game. Don't teams win by 3 or 4 scores all the time? Absolutely. Okay, so we're willing to bank that we can turn our $10 into $800, all right, at 80-1 odds. And you know what? By the time we lose 80 times in a row, we would have won another because we're playing the same exact style. Okay, use that knowledge moving forward. And this is a show of absolute patience, all right? Nothing comes fast. Although, you know what? I think I should sell my picks. If you just want to be one of those, all right, well, what's Steve betting on? And I don't want to listen. I should have a fast track option for those available. So we'll come up with something for the season. And that's that. So lots of future bets to go through. The one thing we've been trying to build a crescendo to with Dave Del Grande is this whole fantasy football thing. And we've kind of taken it slowly. Now we're really in the beef of it. Everyone out there is kind of fantasy heavy. I think it's National Fantasy Football Weekend. Don't know how you guys can do your drafts already. I get it. But I guess the college kids have to do it before they go back to school if it's a home league or whatever. But our draft is Labor Day night. So plenty of time for the season to be over with. Preseason. So we get the latest on injuries, etc. Injuries are popping up left and right still. So to draft any kind of team and complete fantasy confidence is still kind of tough. But that's what we'll do here for the next couple of hours plus. I think we go nearly 3 hours with Dave Del Grande here, talking to him yesterday. As we go through, this sounds boring, but trust me, this is going to be fascinating stuff because you're going to learn all up and down through the chain about all these players, all right? And the guys available before me, guys lasting till after my picks, my reasoning for my picks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let's see if it all makes sense. I like the team I basically drafted here in this mock draft, in which everyone should be doing a mock draft. Now, Dave Del Grande, what are his credentials? Well, Dave is basically the OG of fantasy football, and fantasy football as we know it today, basically invented here by Mr. Dave Del Grande, ESPN's first ever employee, answering questions on the internet about fantasy football. When he was at his newspaper in Oakland at the Tribune, they wanted to do a column on fantasy football, and he kind of got pushed, got into that role, maybe a little reluctantly, but took it and ran with it. And next thing you know, you're getting a million emails about people wanting to get advice about who they should start or not. So Dave has been involved in fantasy football for just about 50 years, or 40 years anyway. So we'll bring that knowledge to our program. We're going to break down my fantasy team, me, the better side of 65 years on both sides of the sports book. Dave Del Grande himself, 40 years of fantasy knowledge. And what does that make? That makes for one great segment. Picks coming up with Nephew Dave. We'll knock down some of those as we get closer to the end of the program. But we'll go fantasy heavy this week. Next week is full-on picks on everything. We'll start with the preseason, and that will give us a whole week and a half to focus on that. And then we'll start incorporating our games every week, right? We can even pick 2 games, I believe, next week on the show. Am I correct? No, we're going to have to wait 2 weeks. But in 2 weeks, we'll be picking, yes, in 2 weeks, we'll be picking the Wednesday night game and the Thursday night game. And then we'll be back live for the Sunday. One other big important announcement as well. So this is awesome and this is great for the station. But we have officially entered. This should be maybe the news on top of the first thing we came on, maybe. But we have officially entered one entry each into the Circa Survivor Pool, 20 million guaranteed. Pick them until the end. Christmas and Thanksgiving, their own little weeks. And we have officially entered the Circa Millions pick 'em, pick 5 every week against the point spread. So this show is competing basically in your World Series of poker of football bets. How about that? So a lot of fun. We went ahead and invested a fair amount of money to make this happen, but a lot of money involved if we can bring something home. So that gives us something to really root for on this show as well, as we can follow our picks along with some others. And my man, James, too. James, who set this up for me, will be able to come on our program every Sunday, I think at 7 a.m. Eastern his time, Western time, 10 a.m. Eastern our time. And James will be able to talk Survivor Pool. That'll basically be our Survivor segment. We'll just incorporate James with it. And, we'll see where everyone's we'll see where the masses lie in the giant casino pool and the latest from that every Sunday morning. So a lot of fun, a lot of big guests, a lot of plans to come. Okay, let's get Dave Del Grande on board here. He is the person who covers the Golden State Warriors for Field Level Media. He is the fantasy expert, the OG of fantasy football, the inventor of fantasy football, Dave Del Grande. Now, I've been looking forward to this all week, only because of the last 2 years that we've done this. I've found this to be a fascinating, useful, critical exercise. And I think that if anything, and again, this year probably a little bit too, it teaches you that you kind of almost need to be on guard and don't kind of take things second nature, that things are going to go as you might expect. Because at 8, you have to be on your tippy toes here, because at any given time, someone can kind of throw you a curveball with some picks. And what we've done with Dave Del Grande here in the last couple of years is, it sounds boring, but when we go ahead and review my mock draft, that gives us a chance to critique that player at that position, maybe the players that go in front of him or the players waiting in line after him as well. So as we go through the list of the draft rounds, that gives us a better idea of maybe how things could transpire for the better for you in later rounds, what to look for. I mean, right off the bat, we'll get into it in a second, but what to look forward to, in your primary spots of trying to fill your flex. When do I grab that tight end? When do I grab that quarterback, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So for those of you who have not drafted your fantasy team yet, good job on that, because you're waiting it out until all these injuries, which are playing a role every day continuously, all these injuries play out from the preseason, and that'll give us our slate to start with, which won't be a fresh slate because some guys will be out. And if you are drafting right now, like I did in this mock draft, a couple guys just there in the top 10. Oh, wow. What's their status? Where do we take them? Et cetera, et cetera. So a lot to get through with Dave. And I'll say this, Dave, interesting spot. I got awarded in this mock draft pick number 3. Pick number 3. So, as you're going to get a nice player, one. But really, the second biggest thing is you really got to get strategic with that second pick, because now you're picking at the end of the teens. And, I mean, that's a spot where you want to go. We talked about if you want to have the dual running back strategy, that's the level of players where, you start to see a little bit of split time, maybe, and you don't have that independent back somewhat available, and you still have some stud receivers on the field right there. So you can do a quick pivot to receiver if you have your running back in place. Now, I say that because picks 1 and 2, the favorites in just about every draft market that you see, as chances are everyone's going to take Jahmyr Gibbs first. Everybody's going to take Bijan Robinson second. And then third will probably be someone like Jamar Chase, just because of the injury factor alone, because of Puka. So what happens is Gibbs does not go number 1 in our draft. It goes to Jackson Smith and Jigba. How about that? Drafted number 1 overall. So your first take on that, maybe.
Well, something you said there right at the beginning is so true. Is even when you draft third and you're expecting, okay, I need to be in a wide receiver mode there because the top 2 backs are going to be gone, and then you get a curveball, and all of a sudden either Gibbs or Robinson falls on your lap. Well, all this time that this thought that you've been put into, okay, I'm going to start with Chase, then how's that going to affect my second round, and how's that going to affect my third round? Well, that's all out the window. And you have to be able to pivot to a different strategy, because you don't have Chase as your anchor anymore. You have all of a sudden Bijan Robinson. And, what does that mean? Do I need to go wide receiver second? Can I go 2 running backs? Where's that going to put me? So you have to be flexible in round 1, even as the round goes on toward the end of the first round, where there's a lot of running backs taken. toward the end of the first round. But now all of a sudden you see CD Lamb slip to you down at number 9 or number 10. And you say, wow, I can't, I was planning on taking 2 backs in the first and second round. And now all of a sudden Lamb has slipped to me at number 9. I can't not go in that direction. Well, again, be ready to pivot in a new direction because, you just got a break and you need to take advantage of it. So don't be surprised by anything that happens in your first round. All the more reason, participate in mock drafts. Get, like you said, you participated in this draft. You picked third. You thought you knew what was going to happen. It didn't happen, but it gave you some experience as to, okay, if this does happen to me on draft day, then now I know what to do, or maybe I made a mistake in that mock draft. That's okay. Mistakes are all right in mock drafts, but come regular draft time, you need to have learned from it.
Okay. I'll say this about this mock draft as well. I got the feel that most everybody was taking it seriously because the picks weren't going all the way to the end on autoplay, without somebody hitting the auto pick, right? So the full minute is it a minute, I think is what the rounds were. I think so. This was on ESPN. This was just some random league that was starting around 6:45, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last evening. Figured I'd watch some baseball and do a draft and check out some preseason. So I got to feel like everyone was drafting responsibly. And then, although this is maybe just my mock draft, I'll continue to play this draft. And I won't take it too seriously because it's not with my friends and my family and the money that we have in our league with the actual bragging rights. This is a bunch of random strangers. I don't know one from the other, but I'll be a good, solid participant for them. Who knows? This could be some, first-time fantasy player who's taking this draft more seriously than anything else in the world right now. You just never know because the fantasy player comes in all shapes and sizes and sexes in today's day and age. So you just never know who you're going to be getting involved with. But I'll be a good participant in this league, although I won't take it seriously. And I think it's important to note that this wasn't just a computer auto drafting. People are actually making these picks. Okay.
Yeah, but even worst case scenario, like you just spelled out there, the fact that people just signed up for this league and now they don't like, they were hoping to draft first or second, and maybe they landed 9th, and so they just said, "I'll forget it. I'm just going to put it on auto pick and go sign up for another mock draft." Even if your league has your draft has a bunch of auto picks, it's still giving those people a legitimate choice. I mean, auto pick just means that you're getting ESPN's top rated player at that position. And so it's not like a joke. It's not like, this guy didn't show up, so at number 9, he was given Jared Goff. No, at number 9, he was given the top guy left on the list, whoever that might have been. And it could very well have been the same pick as if somebody was actually live. So, and that's, like I said, that's the worst case scenario. Yeah, you hope when you do these things that everybody's taking it seriously. But even if they aren't, even if they put it on auto pick, that's okay because auto pick is just telling you this is what the consensus of people who have been participating in these drafts would have taken in this spot. Okay, you learn from that too.
That being said, beware of the ESPN ratings. I saw someone who were in this discussion right now, I believe, was rated to have the worst team in his league. Right? Was that last year or 2 years ago?
Oh, I think I've done 4 mock drafts so far, and the thing about ESPN is when you request that your team that you've just selected be sent to you in an email, they'll give you a grade on how they think you did. But again, it's all based on, well, here's what we would have done based on our ADP ratings, and here's what you did. And so we're right, you're wrong, and so we'll give you a grade based on what we think is right. Well, and so every draft that I've done so far, I've gotten a C or a D grade. And I look at it, and you got to be kidding me. I got 3 really good wide receivers in this one league, and it lists, okay, your strengths are this, and your weaknesses are this, and and all of a sudden it lists, wide receivers as one of my weaknesses. I was like, you're nuts, But yeah, no, I do agree with that. What you're saying there is that their rankings tend to be very conservative, and not only the ESPN's experts rankings tend to be very conservative, but now and then the ADP thing, because every level of player is participating. Well, where are they getting their draft rankings? Well, most of them are getting them from ESPN in the first place. So, it's just every year. I mean, I'll guarantee you this year, guaranteed that when I draft my real team, it will be ranked either 8th, 9th, or 10th.
I'm going to have to take a look at that. I didn't see an email yet, but yeah.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. You have to, at the end of the draft, it'll say, do you want a copy of this made, sent to you?
Right. I think I do remember that. Yep.
Yeah, if you click yes, then you'll get an email to, that grades your team. If you say no, I really don't care. Then you won't see it. So it's interesting. It just, it prompts you to say, well, screw you. I'm picking again. I'm doing another draft,
Right.
and then the same thing happens.
Right. Okay. So Jackson Smith goes 1, Gibbs goes number 2, and with the 3rd pick, Bijan Robinson, as you said. I had Jamar Chase all queued up, ready to go. And to me, I guess that would just be my next question. Chase is now look, he's going to give you 1 or 2 duds. But when you look down the list of all of the players in the top 20, and you ask yourself, does this guy have a chance to have his best season ever? Jamar Chase is still kind of at the top of that list. There's a chance that he could completely erupt and go crazier than we even imagined, just because Burrow will feed him to God's end at the end of the day. If they stay healthy, all right, if all things go right, maybe they get some defense, get some short fields. There's the chance there anyway. So, yes, to me, Jamar Chase should be the 3rd pick that I had queued up, but he'll go 4th in this draft. Do you agree with that?
Yes. In fact, I would say that anybody you pick in the 1st or 2nd round, you better be pretty confident that this guy could have his best season, or at least otherwise you're making a mistake.
Right.
I mean, you can't just take a big time risk in the 1st or 2nd round. And that's just, you're only playing 9 players in your average fantasy league lineup, and one's a kicker and one's a defense. You don't have a whole lot of star firepower, especially if you're in a league that has more than 10 teams in it. But you've got to hit on your first 2 picks. So if you're not confident that this guy's injured, but I think he's going to be okay. It's like if Christian McCaffrey, for example, were to tweak a hamstring, right, in the last preseason game, and it's not serious, but he's questionable for week 1. To me, immediate red flag when you have a guy who has an injury history who's got another hamstring injury that they're trying to play off as not serious because, that guy you can't draft all of a sudden. But to go into a draft and to say, Christian McCaffrey, he was injured 3 years ago. I'm not sure, I don't want to take a chance with him. Well, that's crazy. I mean, he led the league in touches last year. He's going to, they're going to give him an opportunity to do that again this year. My point is, be smart in what kind of risk you think you're taking. But err on the side of being a bit conservative with your first two picks because you have to hit with those picks.
All right. Fifth after Chase with Puka, and then the end of the rest of the first round as follows. Jonathan Taylor, St. Brown, who I like too for some reason. He still has a chance to have a really, really good year. CD Lamb as all the way up to 8th in this draft pick. And I understand that. McCaffrey, as you just spoke of, 9th. And then take this for what it's worth. And the name of this team is my dog is picking. But James Cook. James Cook sneaks into the top 10.
That's not a bad choice.
Yeah.
But that, but going back now to the first 5, even though there was a curveball thrown in there with the number 1 pick, I think the first 5 are pretty set. And in whatever order, it's going to be Gibbs and Robinson, the 2 backs, and then the top 3 receivers are Chase, Nakua, and Smith-Njigba. I think if you're drafting in the top 5 and you stray from that, I mean, there are good players out there, and that's fine, but I understand that you're going against the grain in making a pick other than one of those 5s with a top 5 pick. That's why if you're selected to pick in the top 5, or however your league is deciding where you pick, if you land in the top 5, that's very comforting because you can get, that you're going to get one of these 5 guys. It's pick number 6 and probably more likely pick number 7 where I'd rather not be in that spot because you're pretty sure those top 5 guys are going to be gone. And if you're picking 6th, you're going to get a good player, but now it's which one do you want? And I think if you asked, the 10 best fantasy players in the world who they would pick at number 6 with the top 5, players gone, I'll bet you they give you 5 or 6 different guys because there's really no obvious choice there. I'm not saying there's a wrong choice, but I'm not saying there's a right choice either. And it's just it's a tough pick to make. It's one of those things where, all right, you know what? I really like CD Lamb. Okay, I will take him 6th. Well, you know what? If most other people wouldn't. In fact, most other people wouldn't even take him 7th or maybe even 8th. You could have picked 9th and gotten CD Lamb. Instead, you picked him 6th. And so was it a mistake? No, it wasn't a mistake. It's just unfortunate that you landed in this spot where you had to make that decision rather than somebody else.
Okay, so the second round, obviously, if you have number 3 in the first round, you're not picking until closer to the end of the second round, which would be pick number 18. So a lot of good players, really, really good players, are going to disappear off of the board. So at this point, I do have a running back. I can look at the wide receivers, or I can try to get that second bell cow running back, I think still, as long as they are there on the board. And I think that's key to say, as long as they are there on the board. So with an emphasis on that, and knowing that as kind of scary it is a little bit having to wait from 3rd until 18th, my reward will be that I get to come right back at it at number 23. So when we get down to my pick, and the players drafted before me went number 11, Barkley, 12, Jefferson, 13, Drake London, which is fine. Let him go up there. 14, Achane, which I'm just going to be a little leery about if the Dolphins are going to get the box completely stuffed on them this year. Genty, okay, who is someone I would take on my team. And then Chase Brown, 16th, who to me is a running back that is going to potentially split carries. And somehow I just think he might lose a little bit if he gets counterfeited some, which we kind of started to see that last year, him waiting off just a bit. But it's still a good player, catches balls out of the backfield. Pirine is the guy who started to counterfeit him. And then 17th went Omari and Hampton. So when I'm looking about who's left, and I'm looking at the running backs first, there's just a couple of guys who I can declare that bell cow still. So I have an option. And if I look at receiver, as you've mentioned in our shows before, there's so many good receivers. I need to take this running back now, not mess around to the 23rd pick. When at 23, I'm going to have plenty of good receivers available, regardless of who I don't take right now. So the dilemma is this: it came down to Kenneth Walker III and is it Derrick Henry, I believe. Oh, let's see here. Yes, Kenneth Walker III, Derrick Henry. For running backs, Jeremiah Love is still on the board. Breece Hall is still there. Another guy who could maybe be counterfeited a little bit. And then Javonte Williams with Dallas. But you're starting to reach once you get all the way down there. There's Jacobs at 29. Maybe that's a real good option, to be honest. But still at 29th. So I'm looking at things, and as much as I love King Henry, and he's been so good for me, there's no denying he still is getting a little bit older. This new Baltimore offense is going to be a little bit questionable with Lamar Jackson kind of going under center now. Do they get the box stacked on them a little bit more? Derrick Henry finds it a little harder to find some room. Maybe they don't have as many goal line opportunities, whatever the case may be, compared to, or he could completely go off and get 3 touchdowns a game. I guess that would be the other thing. Or do I take a chance on the new contract that the guy we've discussed before in the previous weeks with Kenneth Walker III, where if we're right, this guy's going to get the ball a lot here in September, especially with the Mahomes injury. We said that Andy Reid and the coaches would be crazy not to have that sort of a game plan, where this team needs to have the emphasis of kind of getting back to the basics anyway. And won't that start with Walker III in the running game and get Mahomes maybe a little bit more comfortable coming off that injury, and ease the continuity of the passing game, in which it's been pretty obvious they've been trying to force the issue passing in the last few years. So this running game can only help in so many ways. And I think that Walker III is just going to have so many opportunities. He'll get the check down. And I think just the risk reward at the end of the day, the Chiefs could be we don't talk about this. I think you do. I don't think the rabbit's out of the hat with you. You know that the Chiefs could be very, very dangerous if they just were able to get that playmaking going on outside, get the running game going, they get their defense back. Mahomes finds his rhythm again. I mean, they're as good as any other team really in the league if they can really find their A game. And Kenneth Walker coming off the Super Bowl, I mean, why not? And get the running game cranked back up. So the risk and reward, to me, there's just I think there's a lot more upside with Walker to third at that pick and taking him there at 18. So that's what I went ahead and did. Your thoughts?
Well, I think that there's a lot to this pick here. And it gets back to a general draft strategy. To me, so much of developing a draft strategy involves who am I going to be left with or having to take if I go in this particular direction. And what I mean by that is if you go running back with your first two picks, okay, and you're really set at those two spots, like you said, the well is kind of drying out. There are 3 or 4 more good backs after you pick. But after that, it's, you get down to the risk taking. So there's a good strategy, I think, is to draft running back in the first 2 rounds. But the only reason that I wouldn't do that is if there are guys who you can project are going to be available in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th rounds, where you would say, wow, I'd take this guy as my second back or as my third back. I didn't need to take a running back or 2 running backs that early. And to me, I really like 3 guys who are slipping or projected low or however you would want to say it, who I'd be very happy rolling the dice on in rounds like 3, 4, and 5. Those guys are Travion Henderson, Scatterbo, and Montgomery. So the only, as much as I like the 2 running back strategy off the get-go, man, if you do take running back, then you don't get any of those guys because now you got to go wide receiver with your next 3 picks. Because you're on the weekend already a wide receiver, and now you need to, there's still a lot of good wide receivers out there. I don't mean to say that, but you've got to get strength in numbers at that position. Because why would you draft a 3rd running back after you have 2 really good ones? And so that's the strategy. If you draft running back here, that's the strategy you're committing to. And then you ask yourself, man, how much would I like Henderson or Scatterbo or Montgomery, a little bit later on. And if you're the type like, I really like these guys, I'm gonna go wide receiver with my next 2 picks, and then come back in round 4 and hope that one or both of my running backs are still there. That's a decision that I think you need to make at this point. I don't have any problem going running back because, like I said, I like committing to one position at a time. I like getting, I'd even argue that you could make a strong case, to pick a running back in the 3rd round as well. Go running back. Help exhaust, the running back field so that the rest of the teams end up weak at that position. You've got 3 of the top, I don't know, whatever you would say, 12 to 15 running backs. And then everybody else, they maybe have 1, they maybe have none of these guys. And now they're the ones who end up having to reach, take their chances, on the guys like Henderson, on the guys like Scatterbo. Yeah, they might come through, but you know what? They're no sure thing. So in your position, okay, you lucked into this great running back in round 1. In my mind, you've lucked into a really good running back in round 2. So I think this dictates for you that you're making the right choice here. You're going to go with another running back. That said, I'd consider going with a running back in round 3 as well. And if that's your strategy, now you have to ask yourself, okay, I really like Henry and I really like Walker. And you make a very good case for Walker. I'm kind of more intrigued by him than Henry, to be honest with you. But I think Henry is more of a, he's more of a sure thing. So that's a tough decision between those two. What I would ask myself is there any chance one of these two guys slips to me in round 3? Now, you're only talking about 4 more picks that are going to be made, right? One of them is going to be made by a team that already has a running back. Okay, so they're going to make 2 picks, and then the other team, the one that took Smith and the Jigba, they don't have any, running backs, so they're likely to take at least one. But if you look at the group there that's available, and these are elite backs. Jacobs, elite back. Javonte Williams, elite back. And so, those 2 guys, I'm confident that between Cook and Walker and Williams and Jacobs, that, if I take one of them, one of the other 3 at least is going to be available for me in round 3. I'd like that to be, if I took Henry, I'd like that to be Walker. Man, if I started off with Bijan Robinson and Henry and Walker, oh my God. I've not only cornered the market on running backs, but I've also, like I said, I've put some other teams in a serious hole.
Yeah,
because
and you're filling your flex too, which is
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
that's my point there. It's right. But at the same time,
that flex
not
is
that you want to use this strategy this early in the draft, but at the same time, it protects you in case if Bijan Robinson were to get hurt in the 3rd week of the season, under most circumstances, I'm screwed. My season's over. But not if you've gone in with this strategy. If who wants to lose Bijan Robinson? But you know what? I've still got Henry and wishful thinking and Walker as my starting running backs. Well, I'm better than most teams anyway. So you know what? I can bounce back from even the worst possible news. So to me, now answering the question, who's more likely to slip to the 3rd round between Walker and Henry? I'm not confident either one of them would, but I think Walker would be the most logical guy to slip. And so I'm taking Henry at this point and praying that Walker slips to me. And if he doesn't, then you know what? Okay, no problem, because I think Jacobs and Williams, I think they're very similar backs. They're steady, sturdy, high workload, high scoring teams. Really no competition for touches among the running backs, quarterbacks who don't run for touchdowns. I mean, just really, really, really good second running backs, and you're getting them as a 3rd running back. And so I'm confident, that I could take either one of them in round 3. And so now I end up with Bijan and Henry and Jacobs. Like, okay, you know what? I like it. Or maybe it's Bijan and Walker, if that's the direction you want to go in, and Williams. Man, I like that too. It puts you in a really good spot. Well, now, what's left for me among the wide receivers? Well, first off, I'm not drafting another running back for another 8 rounds. So let's crumple up my running back sheet. I'm not drafting another one. I don't need another one, right? I'm going to focus my attention now in rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, even 8 on wide receivers. And there's a lot of depth at that position. No. Are you going to get a Chase, a Lamb, one of these guys? No, you're not. But you'd be surprised. This isn't like running back. When running backs, once you get to round 3, oh my God, you got to be kidding me. This is all that's left. Wide receivers, once you get to round 3, wow, this guy's still available. Round 4, wow, this guy's still available. Round 5, you got to be kidding me. Wow, I'm glad I used this strategy because, man, I just in the 4th and 5th rounds, I still got these two guys. Man, I'm all set. But then at the same time, round 6 and round 7, you draft a couple more of them. The old strategy that where there was no quality, draft quantity. And that's certainly a good rule to apply to wide receivers because you can you look at mock drafts, and one of the good reasons for doing these mock drafts is you get down to rounds 4, 5, 6, 7, and you see, wow, the quality of wide receivers that are available at this point are way better than the quality of running backs that are available at this point. So I'm glad I took my running backs early. Anyway, that was long-winded, but I like where you're at. I can tell you went with Walker, which is fine. I think you're in really good shape there, running back. But as like I said, if this were me, something to think about is, what? Okay, round 3. You don't have to, out of somewhat desperation, take a wide receiver. Unless there's one there that you really, really like. Okay, that's fine. That changes things. But I wouldn't necessarily go into round 3 and say, okay, this is the best wide receiver available. I really don't like him that much, but I have no choice. Well, yes, actually you do. You'll find that in round 4, the guy you take there is almost as good, maybe better than the guy you got in round 3. And you'll end up kicking yourself and saying, why did I panic there? Why didn't I just draft the 3rd running back when Jacobs was available or when Williams was available? I feel a lot better about my team. So that's the thinking here. Look down the line. Look at who you're going to end up with likely in rounds 4, 5, and 6. And if you're really happy with those guys, then that can help you decide who to take in rounds 1, 2, and 3. And a reason why I like the running back strategy, especially if you draft early, because now you've got a really good one, and it's surprisingly at the end of round 2, crying out loud, you got to be kidding me! Henry and Walker are both still available. I was praying that one of them would slip to me, and they're both there. So anyway, I like that strategy based on not only the fact, sure, you could take 2 really good wide receivers first, and your team would be every bit as good after 2 rounds as if you took 2 running backs. That I'm not trying to argue that. My point is, in rounds 3, 4, and 5, you're a lot better off drafting wide receivers than you are drafting running backs. And if that's the case, then, that tells me get your running backs first and then not have to worry about them anymore.
All right. All right. We're basically on the same page. So when I finished that draft pick, I immediately kind of, as long as there's a wide receiver that I really, really like at 23, that's who I'm going to go with. But I do have that 3rd running back in mind, and I'm looking further down the board, knowing it's not going to be Jacobs, it's not going to be Williams. And I'm questionable about Williams a little bit myself, just because there's so many mouths to feed in Dallas. But just that Montgomery, since we've been talking about him, just seems so very attractive. So he's on my radar, and I'm going to have a focus on him in a couple of picks because no one's going to overdraft him. At least I don't think so anyway. So with that being said, after me goes.
Well, now you took Walker.
I have Walker to third.
You took Walker.
And I have the 23rd pick coming up. So Trey McBride,
okay.
Trey McBride goes 19th. Rashee Rice, who is the number one pick holder, who has Jackson Smith, takes Rashee Rice with his second pick. So he's wide receiver in his approach. Jeremiah Love goes 21st. I was kind of shocked by that. And then it's Derrick Henry at 22nd. Henry does not fall to me, but yes, I don't know how Love was exactly taken over Henry. That should have been that's a bad. Actually, that's the number one. That's the guy who picked first overall. He likes Love over Henry. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean that gets back to the same thing happened last year when teams jumped on Genty early on without really thinking too much about it. I mean, so much is made about these star running backs. And, the NFL draft is such a popular event on TV. And, oh, my God, the Raiders, they got Genty, the top back in the league. Oh, he's going to be a great running back in the NFL, which he very well could be. But you have to look at the big picture there, that who else do the Raiders got on offense? They got no quarterback. They got no receivers. They got Bowers. They're in a tough division. What makes you think Genty is going to find any running room, on this team? He might be O.J. Simpson and still not be worthy of a second or third round pick. I'm talking about last year, and he was gone at the end of the first round, some drafts last year. Well, Love is that guy this year. Love's in a better situation because Arizona is a better offensive team than the Raiders were last year. The difference there is, and I could be totally wrong about this, but Arizona has multiple running backs. I mean, it's not like Arizona, had terrible backs last year. They had some injuries there where guys are coming back, guys who they thought were pretty good. And then they added Algier. And so, and they paid him a lot of money. You don't bring in a free agent running back and then draft a rookie and say, oh, well, you know what, that $8 million that we spent on Algier, wish we hadn't done that because now we don't need him anymore. No, that's not going to happen. You're going to play him, whether it's just on passing downs or at the goal line or wherever it is. He's going to play. And that's going to, and plus Arizona, we saw this at the end of last year. They throw the ball like crazy.
Yeah, they throw the ball.
They've got, they've got Harrison on the outside. They have Wilson, who was one of fantasy's best receivers down the stretch last year, probably won some team championships the way that he played come playoff time. They're going to throw the ball a lot.
They're going to throw the ball a lot. They're going to throw the ball a lot.
So,
I completely agree with that.
And so do you, as I said before, if you're drafting, in the second or third round here, in this case, third round, which isn't as bad as a second round. But if you're thinking of drafting Love in the second round, man, that's risky. Yeah, he is awfully good. But you know what? Maybe next year, let's see how this plays out this year with him. Because will he be a top 20 running back in the NFL this year? Yeah, probably top 20. I think Genty was probably a top 20 running back, but closer to 20 than where he was drafted. I think if you drafted Genty last year, you didn't win a championship. Not if you used your first or second round pick on him. And I think Love is that same guy this year where, oh man, he looks so good on NFL draft night. Yeah, great. Everybody looks good running against Navy, he's definitely on my, when somebody takes him ahead of me, I may not say this out loud, but I'll be thinking this, thank you.
Right. So Derrick Henry's gone, and I'm sitting there at 23, and there's a couple wide receivers that are fantastic at this point to me. The available ones are Olave and A.J. Brown, who I think are the two best. So I think it comes down to them. But also available are Nico Collins, Garrett Wilson's a little bit further down the list, and also Brock Bowers is going right around here as well, at least in this draft. I'm not looking at running back until maybe a chance at Montgomery. So let's try to get one of these good wide receivers. And to me, it was a tough decision because as much as I want to be a homer pick with A.J. Brown, and as much as I want him, and I'm going to bet him to already have the most touchdowns at 24-1. The Ant-Man went to Pennsylvania, and we can't play the award markets here in Virginia. So he played us a ticket on A.J. Brown to be the offensive player of the year. All right, so I got a little bit of a chunk of change on that in Pennsylvania, if you were to happen to do that. And the reason why you would bet him offensive player of the year is they give the MVP to a quarterback, so they would give Drake May, obviously, the MVP if it went that route, and the offensive player of the year would be the guy who got him there, A.J. Brown, probably, if that scenario were to play out at the end of the day. Or, May could be nudged out by somebody else at MVP, and, they threw a Patriot a piece of the pie, at least. So, A.J. Brown, as much as I love him, knowing that he is going to be the bell cow and have a fantastic year, there's still a chance with Dobbs, with Henderson, with Hunter Henry, the other wide receivers who are emerging, still Butte. There's still a lot of mouths to feed, and Drake May has been known to do what Brady did and throw it to 10 guys in a football game. So if you're throwing it to 8, 9, 10 guys, then the production's down across the board for everybody. And there's a chance that we could see some of those games with A.J. Brown, even if he does have a great year. Now, with Chris Olave, to me, that offense flows one way, baby. And that's right down the pipe of Olave and another player who's going to benefit from this as well, and a fantastic steal whenever I think you can get Juwan Johnson very late as your tight end. I would suggest try to do that because Juwan Johnson, and this is a guy who got a lot of touchdowns last year, and a guy that we've been on top of with this very program, just seems to be getting better and better every year. And with this quarterback who's emerging, Johnson could have his best year yet. But to me, this is one-way traffic with Olave. I think he is that good, and a chance for him really to put up big numbers in just about every game to me. So as much as I love A.J. Brown, Chris Olave is my pick. Your thoughts?
Yeah, no, first off, I agree that the choice comes down to those two. And it's one of those, kind of like you had at the running back position in round 2. I'm not sure you could go wrong with either one of those guys. I agree 100% with your assessment. The reason why Olave is not more highly regarded is just because, how many times did you see the Saints on TV last year? Right. Were they ever on Thursday night? Were they ever on Monday night, Sunday night? You never saw them. This guy, could be every bit as good as these young, as Chase, as these young, even Smith and the Jigba, even these young guys from the Southeastern Conference who come into the league. And they're just basically, Jefferson, they're just basically unstoppable. The only difference between these guys are, the team you land on. If you're throwing the ball every down, well, then you got a chance to be, Chase. If you're not, if you're running the ball on every down, well, then you got a chance to be a big disappointment. And I think Olave is every bit as talented as these guys. And now that they've settled on a nice young quarterback, came on very strong last year, seems set. They've drafted a second receiver to take some of the pressure off the leading receiver. They got a new running back this year. So it's not like, a Raiders situation where, well, we only got one guy that we have to cover, so let's just blanket him and take him out of the game. No, these guys actually have other options that you have to worry about. I really like him. My concern about him, and this may sound weird, I like him as a number 2 receiver on my team. I don't see his ceiling, as being as high as I would like for a number 1 receiver. And so in round 3, I'd love to, if he were available in round 3 and I had, say, Rice in round 2, man, I'd jump on him in round 3 and say, oh man, I got the best second receiver in our fantasy league. But as the number 1 receiver on my team, it's the same guy. So what is this crazy thinking? But it's like, man, I've got the worst number 1 receiver of anybody in my fantasy league. And like I said, it's just kind of it's an odd way of thinking. Well, how could you be so excited about getting him in 3rd round in one scenario and so disappointed getting him in the 3rd round in the other scenario? But it's just, what do I think about my receiving core? Do I want this guy as my best receiver? I don't want him as my best receiver. But like I said, call me crazy for thinking this way. It's another reason why at this point I would have taken Jacobs, or I would have taken Javonte Williams, probably Jacobs. I'm more confident in him. But I think Williams is really good too. And I would have gone with the 3rd running back. And knowing that come back in rounds 4 and 5, I'm not going to get anybody as good as Olave or anybody as good as A.J. Brown. But you watch, the guy I end up with in the 4th round is going to be, when you compare him to Olave or A.J. Brown, you're going to say, you know what? That's not that big of a difference. And so I'm happy I went with the 3rd running back there as they were drying up. We'll see. We'll see in your draft if I'm right or if I'm wrong about the quality of guys who are available to you in round 4. But anyway, all that said, I like your strategy. I like your thinking. I think you took the right guy given the approach you took.
Okay, now I'm going to have to be on the wait again until pick 38, but then I'll come back 5 picks later with pick 43 as well. And again, kind of looking at Montgomery and probably looking at him towards the next pick. So I thought. So here we go. More curveballs. Gone now are everyone we just talked about. Nico, Bowers, Breece Hall goes 24th. A.J. Brown goes down to 27th. How about that? Javonte Williams, 28th. Then Jacobs and Garrett Wilson, the last pick of this round. Now round 4 starts with Pickens, Devonta Smith. Josh Allen goes 33rd. Tech McMillan, 34th. Scatterbo goes 35th. And now it's coming down to me, and Malik Neighbors has a chance to fall into my lap. So that's the guy that I'm looking at now. Wow, man, this could be a lot of upside with this pick if I can grab Neighbors at 38 because I still have a couple other running backs on the board if I don't get Montgomery. There's Quinshawn Judkins still sitting there. There's Kyron Williams even sitting there if I wanted to try to go that route, I guess. There's Bucky, although Bucky could be counterfeited. There's ETN. I don't want him because I already have one Saint. Zay Flowers is available. Lad McConkey available. Devontae Adams available as well. Neighbors is who I'm looking at. McConkey goes after Scatterbo at 36. I'm picking 38th, and then 37th goes Malik Neighbors right at the pick.
No.
So
That's a killer when that happens.
I don't get him, but I'm sitting there thinking about it. Well, is it now Montgomery, or is there one wide receiver who probably stands out just a little bit more than the others, knowing that there's still lots of good wide receivers to come still? Is there almost an alpha dog sitting right here that I can plug in and be very, very happy with? And I'm still having a shot with one of these running backs to fill out my flex coming up here. So let me get to the right page. Let's see. It's getting to be this upper core of wide receivers at this point is starting to be very thin. But I have Devontae Adams and Zay Flowers available. And I know you liked maybe you didn't like Flowers. Maybe I'm having you that confused with Rice. But Flowers, I think we discussed already. New offense in Baltimore. Who knows? He's not the biggest wide receiver in the universe. Good player, but is he great? We've seen what Devontae Adams can do with Stafford throwing him the football. And if Puka does miss time, that only helps Adams. He's turned into pretty much a touchdown machine in any case. So I thought at 38th, why not? Let's just take the old man. He's going to give us touchdowns. He's on a good team. The coach is going to make sure he keeps him happy. And as long as he stays healthy, I mean, Devontae Adams is going to get you plenty of scores. So let's take Devontae Adams at 38th. Knowing that I have a chance of 43 to still get a alpha dog type of running back. And we're starting to wane thin at the top tier wide receivers available. So Devontae Adams is my pick. Your thoughts?
Well, I'm not nearly as high on him as you are. But that said, and you mentioned several other receivers, and you didn't even mention some of the guys that I really like. This is what I'm talking about. There's a lot of good receivers available down here. So many of them that it's a very tough decision as to which one you want to take. And that's a good thing, especially when you're drafting very quickly around the turn. I mean, there's only 4 more picks before you pick again. So if you're picking between 2 guys, there's a chance you're going to get both of them at this point. And plus what complicates this pick is, man, you know how high I am on Henderson, right? He's not gone yet, right?
Not gone yet, no.
Yeah, and to me, one of the most underrated players in fantasy, and he's in a situation similar to Henderson, and which explains why he helps explain why he's underrated, because Henderson's underrated for the same reason. Is Kyron Williams. For some God knows what reason, people expect Kyron Williams to disappear this year, as if he's coming off an injury or he's gotten older or the team drafted a new guy. No, the Rams have the same running back situation that they had last year that got them within 1 score of a Super Bowl. And they're coming back this year, and you're going to tell me that, well, this is the year Corum, displaces Kyron Williams, or they're going to use him more, and Kyron Williams is going to be de-emphasized. Why in the world would they do that? Look at Kyron Williams' numbers last year. He's like a 400 hitter in baseball who you take out of the game in the sixth inning because you got a 350 hitter on the bench that you want to give him a couple of at-bats. Well, that's fine, except, let's not forget what this guy does in the first 6 innings, which is hit 400. This guy is a top-level running back who's not going to be de-emphasized because his backup, needs more touches. In fact, why would the Rams mess with a? It's like saying, well, they're going to throw Lester Adams at the goal line this year. Why in the world will they do that? He catches the ball every time. It's like the same thing with, yes, Kyron Williams, he might only carry the ball 15 times a game, but he gains 80 yards and scores a touchdown. That's better than anybody else you're going to get in rounds 4 or 5. So anyway, my point is, as much as I'd like to take a wide receiver here, Kyron Williams is available. Henderson, I really like him. He's available. And then, like you said, I like Montgomery as well. That team's going to run the ball like crazy. They've got a great offensive line. They want to de-emphasize their quarterback a little bit. They finally got this bell cow running back, conservative coach. Why wouldn't Montgomery have a monster season this year? I'd love to have him on the team as well. So there's 3 running backs available right now. I wish I could have them all. And yet I already got 2 backs. I really don't even need a running back anymore, but I can't really decide on what wide receiver to take either. So it's a very difficult decision at this point. I love Henderson. I really think when all's said and done this year, we're going to look back and say, why wasn't he drafted in the first round? Why wasn't he drafted in the second round? It's all because people thought he's going to lose carries to Stevenson like he did last year. Henderson was a rookie last year. The fact that they brought him along slowly is not a surprise. And yet, every time they gave him an opportunity, it was like, oh my goodness, you're kidding me. Why isn't this guy playing more? It's a bit of a reach that he's going to, get 20 carries and Stevenson's going to get 4 every game this week. I don't think that's going to be the case. But I certainly, as opposed to the Rams situation, which I don't think is going to change much from last year to this year, I'm not going to be surprised if New England's situation changes big time. I just can't imagine how they're going to keep this guy off the field. I think he's that good. Is he a risky pick? Yes, that's why he's going in round 4 or 5. But I'd love to, in my draft, I pray to get him at this point in the draft. And here he is available to you. It would be
as a
very
Patriots
hard
fan,
to
not
pass.
taking him. I got you.
Yeah, it would be very hard for me to pass on him at this point. But you've got 2 running backs. The wide receivers. There's, I'll tell you, 2 guys you did not mention who only, add to the muddle here among really good wide receivers. One is Odunze. I think that he, last year we saw the Bears spread the ball around their wide receivers quite a bit. This was the first year of the new coordinator, the new coach, the offensive guru last year. Look what a difference he made last year. And now you come back this year, with this developing quarterback. I think they could have a really dynamic passing game this year. Yet They don't have DJ Moore anymore, and already Burden is injured, not a serious injury, but he's already got a hamstring or a groin injury or something. It's like, man, who's this last man standing? Their top receiver is, the big knock on him last year was, well, they spread the ball around too much. There's not as much to spread the ball around to this year. And if you remember when Ben Johnson coached with the Lions, it was all, St. Brown, keep throwing it to him. And then we'll mix in Jameson Williams, who was an incredible talent, but yet completely underused, under Johnson. He's not the kind of coach who likes to spread the ball around. I don't think he'd love to force the ball to one guy like he did in Detroit, and that guy's going to be Odunze. So he's available at this point, and plus, like I mentioned a second ago, Jameson Williams has been my boy from day one. Last year, as he got more opportunities, it was like, he was like I was talking about with Olave. This guy is incredibly talented. And they finally started throwing him the ball last year. He had a really, really good season last year, and yet he's still kind of in the developing mode. They're raving about him. And of course, they're raving about everybody in practice this year, but they're raving about him in practice with a lot of talk about, T-Slaw is going to steal touchdowns this year. They're not even talking about him anymore. Jameson Williams has a chance to be a big time bust out guy this year. Again, in round 5 as my third receiver, oh man, I die to have him. And so point is that there's some really good receivers here. There's some really good running backs here. I'm kind of torn as to where to go, as much as I like Henderson. I dream of a team with Henderson and Jameson Williams both on my team in rounds 4 and 5. You've got an opportunity to have both of those guys on your team. It may not be the smartest 2 picks that I make in the draft, but if this is me right here, that's where I go. I mean, it's like, you know what? I'm not taking any more chances with Henderson. I've held my breath to this point. I'm taking him at this point, even though he's a third running back. But that's good. I mean, that way, if he's a complete flop, if I'm totally wrong about him at running back, you know what? I hate wasting any kind of picks, but I got 2 running backs anyway. I don't need to play him. I don't need to find some flunky to step in as my second running back. No, I've got those positions covered. I'll just sit Henderson down and put in another wide receiver. But I still think that he's got tremendous upside. And like I said, you draft him at this point, and now comes, oh man, I wanted Adams, I wanted Odunze, I wanted, Flowers, whoever, Jameson Williams. I couldn't choose between these guys in the 4th round. Well, guess what? 3 out of 4 of them are going to be available to you in the next round. And so you're not really missing anything unless you're planning on taking 2 of them back to back, which isn't a terrible idea either. So I say I would skip the receivers at this point. I would take Henderson and then come back in round 5 and then probably have a tough choice at that point, same what I just passed on in round 4. But me, as much as I like Odunze, I gotta have Jameson Williams on my team, and this is going to be my last chance to get him in round 5. So that's long-winded again, me here, but and not necessarily the best strategy in the world is to fall in love with certain guys and then draft them higher than they really should be drafted. But let's be honest here. Part of fantasy football is having fun. And you want guys on your team, that you've been boasting about. These are the guys I'm risking my reputation on this year. And if I'm going to do that, well, I want them on my team so that I can root for them and prove that I'm right. So, and then, that's one thing. Secondly, it's just when you're watching, the Lions play and, which of course, the Lions are on TV 10 times a year. Just nice to have
a stake in the game. Yeah.
When they score 40 points, it's just nice. And the Lions coach, he scores 40 points and he's like, you know what, we want 50. We're not punting. We're throwing the ball deep to Williams. It's just, it's fun when you have favorite players who you're all, who also, or you're able to draft onto your fantasy team. It just adds to the entertainment of fantasy football. So, do I recommend, drafting your favorite player, someone from your alma mater? Hey, oh man, I really like Jared Goff, from my hometown. I want him as my quarterback. I'm going to take him in the second round. No, I don't recommend that. But you know what? Come round 10, Jared Goff's still sitting out there. You know what? That's when you can have fun. That's when you draft someone like that. So that's my thought about Jameson Williams. So anyway, that's where I would be. That's where I would go in your position. The good thing about your position, your pick there at your fourth round pick, is because you have two running backs and a wide receiver, you can go any direction. You could, this depth of wide receiver that's still available, it allows you right now to take a tight end if you really wanted to. I wouldn't recommend it, but maybe there's a guy available right now.
Let's see how it plays out. Let's see how it plays out.
You're right. That's it.
Right.
And so, but anyway, that's my thinking there. You get Javonte Adams. Like I said, I'm not as high on him as you are, but all right, let's go on.
At worst, he's a B. At worst, he's a B. He's going to get you some scores. Okay, after him, Zay Flowers, Travis Etienne. I can't call him by his new name yet. Then Judkins goes. Then Bucky Irving and David Montgomery falls right into my lap at 43. I get what you're saying about Henderson because I am looking at him. And he was in that one draft going into late 50s. So a chance I could still grab him, even though I'd be overloading at running back. Maybe he's still worth it at that point. I don't know. Let's just take the sure thing in Montgomery right now at 43, because now I got at running backs and the flex filled with what I think will be all touchdown machines, to be honest. Montgomery's going to get everything at the goal line. Walker is going to get everything at running back. We know Bijan. So the output that I'm putting out at running back at this point, with Olave and the Devontae Adams, a wide receiver, I think I have a very, very volatile, high-powered scoring team right now, adding Montgomery.
I agree. And let's get back to something I said at the very beginning about draft strategies. Okay, so what we're seeing here in your draft, now, not all drafts are going to be the same, but if you're the one who, let's say that your draft had gone the way it was expected to go, and the top two running backs were gone, and you ended up with Chase in round 1. Okay, come back to you in round 2 and round 3. If you decided at that point, man, Rice is available and I love him, I'm taking him in round 2. Olave is available in round 3. I already got 2 receivers. That's okay. I love him too. If you go, I think I misspoke there on the name. If you go Chase in the first round, Rice in the second round, Olave in the third round, wide receiver. Oh man, that's crazy. The running backs are going to dry up. You're going to end up with a bunch of terrible backs. Look at your draft. We just talked about this a minute ago. Kyron Williams is still available. Okay. Henderson is still available. Montgomery is still available. Etienne, I'm a little higher on Etienne than you are, especially with, whatchamacallit just haven't gotten hurt.
Kamara.
Yeah, Kamara. He's got a pretty serious injury. He looks like he's completely out of the picture, at least for the first half of the season. I'm not saying I love Etienne, but my point is, round 4, and round 5, you could have drafted in round 4 Kyron Williams, and in round 5 Henderson, and they, even after drafting this superstar trio of wide receivers, you end up with Kyron Williams and Henderson as your top 2 running backs, and then come back in round 6 and 7, and who knows, maybe Montgomery is still available, maybe Etienne's still available. My point is, and you only need 2 backs at that point because you already filled your flex position. I'd feel real good if you told me you can get Kyron Williams in round 4 and Henderson in round 5, Henderson or Montgomery in round 5. I would say, okay, pencil me in for that strategy, and I'll take this murderer's row of wide receivers, 1, 2, and 3.
Right.
So as much as we talked earlier about the advantages of going running back with your first 2 picks because of the depth of receivers, even going wide receiver, you still end up with some really good backs. And so I think that strategy can work too.
Yeah, if you're picking 8th or something, I think that's something that is your strategy.
Right. Beauty's in the eyes of the beholder here. I mean, again, it comes down to, what do you think about these guys? You might totally disagree with me and say, oh, man, I'm not taking Kyron Williams and Henderson. They both split in carries with, other backs. I don't want them as my top 2 backs. That's fine. And if you don't want to go in that kind of direction, then take your running backs early. But if you're like, wow, you're kidding, Kyron Williams in round 4? What kind of crazy draft is that? Henderson available in round 5? Man, give me that all day. If that's your thinking, then okay, well, now you're wide open to take this murderer's row of wide receivers early on, because you could certainly go big time at wide receiver in the first 3 rounds. You drafted Olave right in round 3.
Yes.
Correct?
Yep.
Yes. I mean, as your top receiver, well, my strategy, he's my 3rd receiver. Getting him in. Imagine having him as your 3rd receiver.
Wow, yeah.
You think you're going to have some fun this year in fantasy football? But it comes down to, I don't want to be stuck making that choice. I don't want Kyron Williams. I don't want Henderson. I don't want some of these guys you mentioned. Montgomery, Houston that scores 10 points a game. I really don't want him as my starting running back. Okay, hey, that's fine. But go into your draft with that thinking, that as much as you're going to be enticed by wide receivers, they look so good in rounds 1 and 2. Well, good luck, because you're going to end up with Montgomery as one of your starting backs, and you hate him. So don't do it. Don't draft wide receiver if you really don't like these running backs down the line. If you're like me, and you do like them, you got no problem with starting backfield with Williams and Henderson and Montgomery, 2 out of those 3 guys. I think you can win with those guys as your running backs if you start off with Chase and Rice and Olave, which are, I'm not really reaching here. I think those guys are all available, Rice in round 2, Olave in round 3. And so I think it's very practical that you could end up with that as your top 3 receivers. That gets back to my general strategy, which is Look down the list. Look at who are we talking about right now among the guys who are available to be drafted. If you really like these receivers that we've been talking about, then do what you did. Get your 2 running backs early on. Don't have to sweat it. You've got 2 frontline running backs. You've got Walker, and you've got Bijan Robinson. You know what? You got the best backfield in the league. Now you don't, all this talk about is Henderson going to do this? Is Williams going to do this? Don't bother me with that. I don't need running backs anymore. I'm looking at wide receivers. If that's the way you want to go, then that's great. But understand that that if I go running back, then you're going to have this same discussion with yourself in round 4 and round 5. How much do I like Adams? Do I prefer Flowers? Odunze. Wow, I really like Odunze. Jamison Williams. Wow, I die to have him on my team. Egbuka, Waddle, Watson. There's a lot of these guys down there. How happy would I be with these guys as, my second and third receivers? You know what? I could live with that.
Egbuka is Tampa's number 1 probably now.
Right. You give me Bijan Robinson and Walker as my top 2 picks, my top 2 running backs. I'll gladly take some of those wide receivers that you were just talking about, rounds 4, 5, 6. And so I like that, and why, if you ask me, there's a woman that I play pickleball with, right? And her son plays fantasy football, and she's a big sports fan. In fact, I went to play pickleball the other day, and first thing she says to me on the court was, "Wow, did you watch the Raider game last night?" Like, she's all excited, like it was a Super Bowl or something. Crying out loud, it was the preseason, They rallied against Houston's fourth string defense, But anyway, so she wants to get into fantasy football, but I don't know anything about how it works. I never played before. I said, look, just enter a league and I'll help you draft. I'll give you a draft list and a strategy. Well, with someone like her, who you want to keep a draft strategy as simple as possible going in, I would say, hey, look, take 2 running backs with your first 2 picks, and then we'll make a run on wide receivers. I think, to me, that blindly, without knowing where you're picking, that would be my recommended strategy to beginners, who want to, take the decision making kind of out of it. Here's a list of running backs. Take who's ever available. The highest guy on my list, take him first. Take who's ever available still on my list, take him second, and then put that sheet aside. Go to my wide receivers list. All right, take the top guy first, and then the next guy, and then the next guy. After round 5, you've got 2 great running backs, 3 good wide receivers, and now now you're all set. Now you could screw up the rest of the draft. Draft all Raiders if you really wanted to, and still you'd have you're in pretty good shape. That so push comes to shove. You want to ask me what I think the best draft strategy is? Simple draft strategy: running back, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver. That's what I would recommend.
Okay, so I got 2 receivers. I got 3 running backs. After me goes Kyron Williams, and we just talked about. And then we're at the point of the draft. We're going to start to see every type of position start to be pulled out here. And a lot of players, fine. Take Tootin ahead of me. And I'm going to wait till pick 58 now. So I got a long break to kind of see the smorgasbord of randomness that's getting ready to happen here and start to set my sights. Obviously, I don't have that 3rd wide receiver, so that's going to be the spot I'm going to automatically default to, unless maybe I can get a Colston Loveland, but he goes well ahead of me. Lamar Jackson, gone. Tyler Warren, gone. Egbuka, gone. DeAndre Swift, gone. That's fine with me. T. Higgins, gone. Jaden Daniels, taking 52, gone. And then Travion Henderson finally goes as well. And I think he's still kind of on my radar, but I don't expect him to last at this point. I can see his name kind of getting towards the top. He goes. Drake May goes. DJ Moore goes. Jadarian Price goes, the rookie for Seattle. Jalen Hurts, 57th, goes. And then it's me, 58th, wide receiver. And this will make you happy. I go ahead and take your boy, Jameson Williams, with the Detroit Lions.
But like we talked about, 16 picks ago, there are still 2 or 3 of these guys that I mentioned or that we've mentioned. They haven't been taken yet. And we were sweating there. Is this the time to take Odunze, Watson, Waddle,
and that's the argument in my head with Williams, the Williams pick, actually. I'm like, Waddle would be a nice, interesting pick here. That might be kind of fun. Odunze, he's the other one. But I was just I just figured for whatever reason, Jameson Williams, again, could this be his best year ever? Yes, it could.
Oh, agree. I don't think that's a bold statement at all. I think after week 6, he's going to have his career high numbers. I really think he's going to be great. I think that's a tremendous pick at this point. And the thing is, you have 3 running backs. Okay, so you don't need to take another running back until way down the list when you can roll the dice now on a couple of really real risky backs. So you don't really care about that. And a draft strategy at this point, something you're benefiting by hearing some of these other picks, is if you look at the list of of quarterbacks and tight ends, which you have neither one of those, but there's a run on quarterbacks. Some of these tight ends are starting to go. Like, oh my God, I need to jump in there and get my guy. Actually, you don't, because look down that list and ask yourself, okay, let's assume everybody drafts a tight end before I do. Who does that leave me with? And let's assume everybody takes a quarterback before I do. Who does that leave me with? There are some really good, serviceable guys down there at both positions, especially quarterback, where, you know what? Man, I would take this guy right now, but he may end up being available 4 or 5 rounds from now. So what's my hurry? What you need right now is greater depth at wide receiver, because you don't need any more depth at running back. You waited on wide receivers. Your wide receivers are good, but there's still some really good ones out there. And drafting a 4th and a 5th wide receiver at this point, ahead of taking a tight end, ahead of taking a quarterback, I think is recommended, because you need depth at these positions. And like I said, you take a quarterback or a tight end right now, and I'm going to find you one 3 or 4 rounds later who's basically just as good. And meanwhile, you wait that long to start, take your 4th receiver or 5th receiver or whatever. It's really slim pickings as you start getting, down the list. So I recommend in drafting, secure your running back and wide receivers, not only your starters, but your depth. Make sure you have 3 running backs. Make sure you have at least 4 wide receivers before you consider any of the other positions. I mean, do you have 3 solid running backs? Well, yes, you do. You're all set there. Do you have 4 good, wide receivers? why do you need more of them than running backs? Well, A, because there's more of them available, but B, because you picked your running backs are better than your wide receivers, and you need more depth. Now, the old thinking where there's no, quality, draft quantity, and so you need a little more, greater depth at wide receiver. So as these picks, he took a quarterback, he took a tight end, he took a quarterback, he took a tight end. Oh my God, I need to panic. Relax. They have just played right into your hands because these same Odunze, Jameson Williams, I took Jameson Williams in your spot in the 5th round. You were patient. You got him in the 6th round. That, why? How did that happen? Well, there was this crazy run on quarterbacks. There was these, and look at the quarterbacks who were taken, and look who's still available. I didn't hear Mahomes' name mentioned yet. I didn't hear Lawrence. I'm not sure I heard Prescott. I didn't hear Purdy. There's some really good quarterbacks available, but yet everyone that's taken just moves you a pick closer to getting Jameson Williams. And man, I love it. And now you're even in a position where at your turn, you're going to come right back. And some of these guys that we discussed are still going to be there. And I would say, almost 95% of people who draft at this point would say, oh my God, I need a tight end. I need a quarterback. And if there's one that you really, really like, okay, go ahead and take him because, you've already got 3 good running backs, 3 good receivers. You don't need a 4th one, but, like I said, the tight end that you take in round 7, I'm going to give you one in round 10 that's going to be just as good. And that's going to be my argument about why you should have taken Odunze or Watson or Waddle at this point and not the tight end that you ended up taking. All right. Anyway, let's get to your round 7 pick. Tell me what.
All right. I think you're going to end up being maybe a little disappointed with me at the end of the day. But just as things played out, I don't know. I feel like my strategy at this point is ever changing. And here's my lesson on what I said earlier before we started this. You got to stay on guard. You got to stay on your tippy toes. You never know when that one kind of curveball is going to come like really at you. And I am looking at the wide receivers. And it is everyone that you're just mentioning right here. And Odunze is probably who I like, right? I'm thinking that. And I said to myself, let me just flip over to the tight end tab and see what we have going on here. So when I flip on over, yes, there's a good amount of tight ends left. And I'm just kind of going down the list. And I'm like, man, Isaiah Likely is still, 5-6 tight ends away. So that's someone I kind of need to scope out on my radar and maybe kind of put him, towards the top of my draft picks because I'm pretty happy with what I got so far. I at least have every position filled. And still plenty, even with the wide receivers available now, there's still other guys down the list further that we can incorporate. Guys you wouldn't think about that are really good names that can still have really good years and at least give you production when you need it off the bench. So I'm looking at the tight end page, and all of a sudden, the little clock at the top starts going beep, beep, beep. I'm like, well, what's going on here? I guess everyone drafted so fast, I didn't realize the minute started counting down to me. Maybe the your pick buzzer went off at the same time I was clicking to the tight end page. I don't know. But at this point, I don't want it to count down and just give me somebody. And I don't think I have enough time to flip back to the wide receiver page. So I say to myself, man, it's a reach. But, man, Isaiah Likely, I just don't see. He's coming over. He had Harbaugh as his coach. He has his quarterback who can throw the ball all over the field. We know that the tight end is the quarterback's best friend. The free agent, nice contract. He's going to be the devoted tight end to what could be a very exciting type of offensive team. So the upside for Likely, we know he's already good. But the upside for him to just even be better and have his best year yet is there. So as much of a reach as it would be with guys like, I think Laporta was available, maybe. Like Fannin, he's available, right? At tight end, I think Tucker Kraft. Likely risk reward, a ton of upside. So against the pressure of the clock, instead of having the computer force me somebody and really throw me off, I at least wanted to go down with someone that I just wanted. So I stretched, probably took him early, but maybe a blessing in disguise for what's going to happen a little bit further down in the draft. We'll just have to see how this team plays out. But I end up taking Likely there at the 63rd pick. So mainly, I guess my question would be, maybe that's a reach for you at this point, but what do you think about Likely overall and his potential?
I like Likely overall. And I wouldn't necessarily call it a reach. What I would call it is unnecessary, because there, as you mentioned some of the names. You didn't mention other names who I think are available at this point. It's, to me, quite likely, pardon the pun, that he's going to get back to you in the next round, or someone very similar. I mean, on my list of tight ends at this point, now correct me if I'm wrong if these guys are available or not, but I rate Andrews ahead of him. And the reason I rate Andrews ahead of him is because, they fought each other for touches in the last couple of years. And oftentimes Likely was, even more likely to get the ball than Andrews was. But Andrews, Jackson likes him. He throws touchdown passes to him. And now Likely's not there anymore. Now they've got a conservative-minded coach there who might mean even more throwing to the tight end. Andrews might not be better than Likely, but I put them in the same ballpark. You mentioned Fannin. Fannin I rate ahead of Likely as well, as a safety net receiver for a quarterback who's kind of shaky. I think he's the best, the most talented of Cleveland's receivers, and young guy who did well last year. Not a sure thing, but at this point in the draft, a guy with a nice upside. Goddard, I'm not sure you've mentioned yet.
No.
Who, you talk about a guy, Philadelphia is a team that's much like Detroit. Philadelphia does not play 3 wide receivers. They do not play 2 running backs. They do not play 2 tight ends. It's everything. It's either Barkley running the ball, or it was A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith or Goddard getting the passes. Those were the 4 guys, other than when Hurts was running the ball. The whole offense focused on those 4 guys. Well, one of them is gone now. Okay. A.J. Brown's not there anymore, and they've replaced him with a rookie for the most part. I think the rookie's very good, but, I do think that means there'll be more balls available to Devontae Smith, to Goddard, and even to Barkley. And Goddard was already getting a fair amount of balls there. A.J. Brown, as you mentioned before, the touchdown scoring machine. Devontae Smith, for all as good as he is not one of these big tough wideouts who's going to wrestle the ball away from somebody in the end zone. I think that's going to mean more throws to Goddard at the goal line. Very dependable receiver. I think he's another tight end in this group to be considered. Ferguson of Dallas, been a very dependable tight end on a very high-scoring team. Kelsey, we haven't mentioned. What did he get married and retire from football?
Right.
No, he's a guy who, he's the quarterback's favorite receiver. He's throwing the ball to him 5 or 6 times a game. He throws the ball to him at the goal line. So anyway, my point is, if you wait not just another round, but another probably 3 rounds.
Mark Andrews Mark Andrews went 114, 50 picks later than likely.
Exactly. And Fannin and Goddard and Ferguson and Kelsey. Sure, 2 or 3 of those guys are going to be drafted before you end up picking a guy, which is fine, because in the meantime, I didn't pass on Odunze, in order to draft a tight end that I could have gotten 2 rounds later. And this is why I think that you're not, as much as as you look at your roster on ESPN, they put it up on your screen in front of you as you make your picks. You look and you see, wow, I'm filling bench positions. And there are people out there in your draft who are saying, well, what is this guy, an idiot? He doesn't even have a quarterback or a tight end yet. We're 8 rounds into the draft. Yeah, we'll see who the idiot is at the end of the draft. And this is exactly why, when all is said and done, and ESPN says, "Hey, I'm going to give you a grade. You get a D. Because you waited too long to draft a quarterback and a tight end." Yeah, you know what, you idiot. Fantasy leagues are won by tight ends, by wide receivers and running backs. I've had Jared Goff, my quarterback, the last 2 years, and drafted him in the 10th, 11th, 12th round, and he's been a top 10 quarterback both years. You really think I needed to take him in round 6? No. And so anyway, I think that as much as I just mentioned all the depth at tight end, the depth at quarterback is even greater at this point. To draft a quarterback at this point would to me be a bigger mistake than drafting a tight end, because, like I said, you might say, "Oh my goodness, at this point, Mahomes was available." Okay, yeah, and having Mahomes, looks good on paper, but are you really better off with him than Purdy? Than Prescott, than Lawrence, than Goff? Who you could have taken 6 rounds later. You might be minimally better, but not worth. Would I give up Odunze, or would I give up one of these? I got a nice sleeper wide receiver that I could take right now. Don't really need them because I got 3, but would be nice to have them on my team. Or should I take a quarterback? Just get that out of the way because people are laughing at me. You know what? Silence your league. Put them on mute. Take that wide receiver, and then let's talk again in round 8 to see what you want to do. Because that's about the time that, to me, you'd want to take that tight end, and we'll see who's available.
All right. Let's see here. So I take likely 63rd. So now I got to wait again. And I'm going to be 78th and 83rd. And now I'm looking at wide receiver. I'm going to see who lasts. But the one guy who's really sticking out to me, if I can get him, who I want, is going to be DK Metcalf, if he can somehow fall to me at 78. So, Odunze goes next, then Waddle, Laporta, Ramondre Stevenson, Burton, Fannin, Kraft, Bo Nix goes 71st, DK goes 72nd. So there goes the guy I like there, Cardinal Tate, Michael Pittman Jr., who I think can have a great year, to be honest. He would have been a nice fill-in, but he's gone. Cortland Sutton is gone. Mike Evans goes. And Kelsey goes. So what that leaves me at wide receiver for an option, I see Christian Watson. I see Michael Wilson Jr. I see Parker Washington. I kind of like Marvin Harrison Jr., but you worry about that a little bit because there's always been that story about his breakaway speed. There's Alec Pierce. Can he thrive as a 1 coming from a 3? There's Matthew Golden. Who knows with him? Brian Thomas Jr. Great 1 year, terrible the next. So really at this group of receivers, now I'm sitting here looking around, wanting a receiver, saying to myself, there's really not anyone, at least to me, in this immediate vicinity who just kind of stands out above the other. Now, I probably have that wrong. It's probably Marvin Harrison Jr. is the guy I probably want to take a shot with at the end of the day. But I decide to go ahead and I said to myself, okay, since I'm in the process of just filling out this roster and not filling out the bench, let me just see who's available at quarterback. And if I have one of these prolific passers, high-powered octane quarterbacks available, I'm just going to take him because I know at least I'm going to get a bunch of points from him at the end of the day. And I'd rather have that than the guy who's going to give me, 16.2 on the average every week or whatever. So Dak Prescott is available right there. And I just figured with the Cowboys and the chance for them to be as explosive as they are on offense. Do I have the wide receiver depth? No. I am going to fill out my roster, yes. And a chance, again, for Dak. He just seems to actually be one of those players who just gets a little bit better every year himself. So, aging like fine wine, I go ahead and reach for another old man, and I'll take Dak Prescott. At least I know I'm getting good point production out of this pick.
I like the thinking there, and not necessarily because I think it's a good time to take a quarterback, but same thing at tight end. I mean, I'm talking about not taking a tight end because none of the real big shots has slipped to this point. Where you took your tight end, if Loveland had slipped to that point, if Warren had slipped, obviously Bowers and McBride are going very early. The question is when are Warren and Loveland being taken? Because I think they're both really good. And if you've waited, you're not going to take them in the 4th or 5th round, or you're filling out your wide receiver, your running backs, whatever. You get to round 7, where you're considering a tight end. If one of those two guys is available, as much as I could argue, let's wait on tight ends. You know what? These two guys are really good. I'm going to take one, whichever one of them is still available. I'll get my wide receivers later on. All right, I can deal with that. It's the same thing with quarterback. While I wouldn't take a quarterback here, crying out loud, Prescott is the number 5, or the number 1, 2, 3, 4 guy on my list, and he's still available at this point, round 8 or round 9 or whatever it is. Man, I was kind of expecting to end up with Goff again, in round 12. But man, Prescott's going to outscore Goff this year. Prescott, like you said, we're talking about possibly the highest scoring team in the league. Team that loves to throw the ball. I got 2 great wideouts. All right, you know what? Wasn't planning on doing this, but I like Prescott, and so I'm going to take him at this point. So I think that in this case, I think you made the right choice. But I wouldn't take a quarterback at this point just because I don't have one. I don't really like these guys that are available, but I need a quarterback. That's not the thinking that you want. Well, the reason you're taking one here is because, you know what? I don't need one quite yet, but this guy stands out. I mean, what's this league crazy? What's he doing available at this late point in the draft? I can't wait any longer to get this guy, and you go ahead and you take him. And like you said, you talked about the wide receivers that are still available. There's still some really good ones out there, and especially guys as you draft as depth guys who are you're rolling the dice on. It's okay. I can afford to roll the dice because I've already got 3 good wide receivers, and so this is where I can roll the dice, take chances of even if they're complete flops. You know what? No, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So I'm good with that. I'm good on waiting on wide receivers here for another pick, and let's see what's left to us.
Okay, so we go 4 wide receivers in a row after Dak Prescott, and I'm at 83rd, so I'm the 5th pick. So I see going Christian Watson, Michael Wilson, Parker Washington, and the guy I probably am going to take, Marvin Harrison, again, goes right before me, so I can't take him. So now I'm sitting there looking. It is, all right, Alec Pierce, we talked about him, as Golden, as Brian Thomas Jr. Yeah. I mean, there's Trevor Lawrence, there's quarterbacks. I don't need that. There's Tony Pollard. Let's see, more quarterbacks on the horizon. Jacoby Myers is an interesting. Now, I probably should have taken Jacoby Myers here, but he's available still. If I can let him possibly slip to me. What I did here is I'm assuring my team for the long haul. And if we have some injuries, I'm going to have someone to plug in here who could be a potential number 1 at the end of the day. And when the coach comes out and says, I want to score as many points as possible, and I want to rack it up to God's end here, you got to take notice of that. And Monungai is a guy I just love to pieces. I know I don't need a running back, but if an injury does happen, man, I got this guy. I can fill in. Well, at least I know he's going to give me something. But at the end of the day, he could be giving me everything as well if it gets to it. It's almost like a risk I took on Chase Brown with the Bengals a few years back. And the starting running back got hurt for the Bengals, and it was all Chase Brown. That could very well be Monungai. So I said, you know what? Screw it. Although the wide receivers are serviceable here, I still think I can find some down the line. Let me just have this running back who has all the upside in the world. He's not going to start for me. He's going to be stuck on the bench. Maybe he could be a good trade commodity too. So you got to look at it from that angle. But he's so good, at least to me, that even trying to be stingy on the positioning and who I should take, instead of taking a parish wide receiver, give me a little bit of above par running back who could be an albatross if the golf shot's hit right and he rolls right into the hole from 250 yards away. So give me Kyle Monungai at 83rd.
I like the thinking, and one of the reasons why getting a third running back early on in the draft, I think having a good third running back kind of opens the door for your team to take some late round risks. Guys who, as I've talked about, they might be terrible, terrible choices when all is said and done. But you know what? I rolled the dice on it, and it's only my fourth running back. I have to waive him after 2 weeks. Nothing really lost. And there's a lot of these guys, because so many teams are undecided. They're going to go by committee. They haven't decided their starter yet. It's forcing these guys to slip way farther down the list than where they would end up if the coach would just commit to them more. Now, is that going to be an injury that causes that to happen? Or is it going to be just the coach wising up at some point and starting to play these guys more? This is one of those cases. Monangai is a classic example of a guy who, going into the season, you wouldn't expect him to be anything more than a part-time back, but in a high-scoring team. So there's some potential there. But if Swift were to get off to a slow start, or if he were to get injured, you end up with a second-round pick, as a guy you drafted in round 10. So it's a really good risk to take. I think there are other guys similar to that. I'm not sure I'd take Monangai ahead of, for example, Dowdle. I'm pretty sure he hasn't gone at this point.
Nope.
Now, he's the same situation. He goes to Pittsburgh this year. They have Warren. For it looks like even in the preseason game that I just saw, Warren was the starter. Dowdle was the second back. What does that tell us anything? Maybe, maybe not. But it certainly appears going into the season that they're going to be like Swift and Monangai. They're going to be 1 and 1A. You can't really tell the difference. They might even split possessions. One guy goes in for the first one, the other guy goes in for the second one, and that's terrible for fantasy. But we don't know. I think Dowdle is a better back than Warren. And I think that, he's got a really good chance of becoming that number one back. Pittsburgh, they've had Warren for a couple of years. He's disappointed. They've got a new coach now. They signed this guy as Dowdle as a free agent. I think he will be given every opportunity to win that job, and eventually, potentially, become a 15-touch running back on a pretty good team that plays a weak schedule this year. I think he has a chance to be a good back, and I'm not suggesting you draft him in round 4 or 5, but in round 9 or 10, using the same thinking that you just had with Monangai, I would say consider Dowdle at that point. Now, one other guy who I take ahead of both of those guys, but again, very big time question mark going into the season. We talked about the NFL draft and how that's affecting the fantasy draft because, so much is made about the guys who are drafted, like they're going to come right in and be superstars. The Seattle Seahawks, who have, no running back, right? I mean, they just lost their top running back. Their second running back had, a serious injury. They've got no running back. In the first round, they not only draft a guy in the first round, they draft a guy who couldn't even start on his college team, right? And yet it sounded like they drafted, the second coming of B.J. Robinson, that this guy was going to come right in. He was going to be the starter for Seattle. He was going to be Rookie of the Year candidate. This is great. Are you kidding me? When's the last time the defending NFL champion played a college backup as its starting running back the next season? It's just not going to happen unless it absolutely has to. And in this case, people aren't reading their clippings. I mean, Charbonnet last year was a very dependable backup who suffered a serious injury. Happens a lot in the NFL. Guess what? These guys come back and they look at Mahomes. Oh my God, the Chiefs aren't going to have Mahomes next season. They're going to be terrible. Mahomes is playing on opening day. Kittle, oh my God, he got an Achilles injury. He's done. He's going to retire. He's back for opening day. These guys recover from these injuries these days, like it's nothing. I'm not going to be surprised if Charbonnet is ready to go on opening day. And now you're talking about a proven veteran running back, an every down kind of back, a touchdown scorer, becoming the starting running back on the defending champion team. Like, okay, when do I have to use that pick? In the first round or the second round? No. You're picking him in round 10. No, that can't possibly be true. It is true. If there's somebody on your list that you absolutely, positively need to draft this year, it's this guy. He may he may re-injure himself on opening day. He may have a setback the day before opening day and not play until the second half of the season. I'm drafting him in the 10th round. It's a bit of a risk. Look at the upside. We're not talking about Monangai or Dowdle, where the competition is an established running back who's going to probably have to get hurt in order for these guys to take over as the number one back. In this case, this is the number one back as soon as he comes back from an injury. The competition, as I've mentioned, couldn't start for his college team. This is the NFL. This guy is not going to be a great running. I'm talking about Price, of course. Here, this guy is not going to be a star running back for the Seattle Seahawks this year, and he's going to be out of there as soon as Charbonnet shows that he's ready to go. And I think that is going to be sooner rather than later. So circle him. Round 10. After you've got your, I'm not saying draft him as a second back, as a third back, maybe even as a fourth back, but before you leave the draft room, draft him as your fourth or fifth back. And I think you're going to be pleasantly surprised when all's said and done.
Okay. This draft gets interesting still. After Monangai goes Alec Pierce, Trevor Lawrence, Matthew Stafford, Matthew Golden, Brian Thomas Jr., Purdy, Herbert, Jacoby Myers, so I don't get him, Caleb Williams, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jonathan Brooks, Khalil Shakir, Rico Dowdle, who does go before Jalen Warren, who goes 3 picks later at 100. But I'm sitting there at 98. Charbonnet's available. But I'm thinking like you. I could have this guy. But he's not right up there at the top of the queue. Like, he could slip to this next pick. I need a wide receiver. I think I really need a wide receiver. And although he's not week to week super great, he is a home run hitter of sort. And as a fill-in and as a depth player, I'll take a shot with Jordan Addison at 98, playing inside the dome. Maybe Murray does find his gears about himself. Jefferson gets the double teams. That leaves Addison for maybe a little bit more of the pie. They don't have Naylor to contend with either. So I take the depth with Addison, but I'm not going to stretch this out. I'll go ahead and hit you with the double whammy. Charbonnet does fall to me at pick 103. And like you said, I just couldn't resist not taking him. At some point, he will be back, and he could be, again, another alpha running back. And although I have plenty of running backs, now I definitely don't need to worry about running back. I got plenty to go around there. Let's just maybe try to improve myself through the waiver wire at wide receiver, maybe. I got trade commodities as well, if need be. But I'll take Jordan Addison at 98, knowing that looking at the players available, there's a good chance I'll still get Charbonnet anyway. And that's what I did.
Yeah, though that worked out really well. I thought, what was interesting was that after you took Monongai, we were talking about the wide receivers that were still available, and then there was a run on them. The guys you mentioned, the guys like Pierce. I think Pierce is very underrated. Myers. I think Myers is very underrated. I really like Addison as well. I think where you got him was great. But if you hadn't taken Monongai and had you taken Pierce or had you taken Myers at that point, then I think, and if you were confident that Charbonnet was going to get back to you in the next round, it would have been nice to get one more, quality. And Pierce could be the top wideout for the Colts this year. Available in round 10 or whatever it is. Myers, I would guess, is going to catch more balls than any other receiver in Jacksonville this year. Team that really made some really nice strides offensively last year with Cohen as their new coach. Lawrence had his best season, not coincidentally, with the new coach. Another team like the Bears that are in year 2 with this new offense. It would expect bigger things than even last year when both of them were so good. So anyway, my point is, again, as you can look ahead and project, I'm going to take Charbonnet, 2 rounds from now. Then you don't take Monongai, that early. Maybe then you decide, you know what, I'm going to take Pierce or I'm going to take Myers at this point. And then, they're there, at least you get him, and then you don't wait for him the next round when he's not there anymore. One last thing I will say, since we're kind of winding up here on the wide receivers, but as one thing we have not talked about in wide receivers, another reason to stockpile wide receivers late in the draft is because every year there are good rookies. Something we've talked about on this show over the last couple of years, we talked about this a lot, is the wide receiver position in college football seems to be the position that's getting all the athletes. Every year out of college football, there are 5 to 10 really, really, really good receivers who come into the NFL. Not all of them turn into superstars. Some of them do, but most of them turn into really serviceable players. They are better athletes than the 8 to 10 year veterans that you've been holding on to. Classic examples, the 49ers this year drafting Stribling as a rookie wideout and letting Jennings go. Well, Jennings was a useful receiver for the 49ers, but Stribling is a way better athlete at this point as a 22-year-old than Jennings is as a 30-year-old. And there are so many other teams in the NFL who are doing the same thing. There are really high potential rookies this year. I don't think any of them, well, you mentioned Tate. Other than Tate, I don't think any of them have been drafted in the first 10 rounds of your draft. And yet, some of these guys are going to have good seasons. They're just, because they're not familiar names, they don't get drafted in fantasy. And yet, some, couple of them are going to break out. And you want at least roll the dice on one of them. Maybe even 2 of them. You've got your quarterback. You've got your tight end. You don't need to deal with those positions anymore. You've got you're set at running back. If you're going to take Charbonnet late, you've already got 3 good ones. Let's roll the dice on a couple of these wide receivers. Because like I said, the Eagles drafted Lemon this year high. Why did they draft him so high? Well, they probably knew that A.J. Brown was going to be gone. And and he moves into potentially a really good position. Now, he's kind of gotten banged up already, or, in the preseason. I'm not, really sure what his status is going in, which is causing him to drop even lower in drafts. But if and when he's healthy, nobody lands a better position this year among the rookies than him, and he's really good to start with. Then you've got Concepcion from the Browns. Another guy, now this guy I'm surprised doesn't being drafted higher because he's actually done pretty well in the preseason. I think he's established himself as the Browns' top wide receiver. On a team that's pretty bad, is going to be behind in games. They're going to have to throw the ball. They actually got a quarterback. God knows if he's any good anymore. But he has a history of being a nice passing quarterback. This is a team that is going to have the potential to be a decent passing team this year, and he's going to be their top receiver. He's a guy you'd probably rate him, behind Tate, but I think he's in a better situation than Tate. I think he'll have a better season than Tate. But he's a guy who's nobody's drafting, who I'd want on my team as a late round pick. And then you talk about people who overreact to injuries in the preseason, and that's what's happening with Jordan Tyson of the Saints. Jordan Tyson was the most talented receiver in college football the last couple of years. He comes into the NFL with superstar type talent if he can stay healthy. He was injured a lot in college, hamstring. I'm not talking about knee surgeries or Achilles, hamstrings, calf injuries, lingering things that kept him out for quite a bit. Lo and behold, what's the first thing that happens to him this year in training camp? He's already got a hamstring problem. So maybe he's one of these guys who's never going to be healthy. But as your last pick, as a guy everybody's avoiding like the plague because he's quote unquote injured, this guy lands a great situation with the Saints. He comes much like Lemon does with the Eagles. He comes in as a number 2 receiver to a top flight guy who's going to get a lot of the defensive coverage. Saints are a good passing team. They got a good young quarterback. They got a good tight end, like you mentioned. So they have other options. They brought in this new running back. They think they can run the ball a little bit. Not like the Browns. My concern about the Browns is they're so bad. Then how many points are they going to score?
Right.
The Saints are actually a fairly high-scoring team, playing in a weak division. I think that Tyson, he could be, we could find out on the eve of the first game that, oh, man, he's got a terrible hamstring injury. He's out for 8 weeks. All right, then you know what? We got to drop him, or we got to put him on injured reserve. Another good thing about the fantasy league, if you've got an injured reserve spot on your roster, then you can take a chance on a guy like this, a guy who may not play the first 4 weeks. You don't have to win your opening game in fantasy. In fact, in some ways, it's an advantage to lose that game because after week 1 of the NFL season, we'll know a whole lot more about the NFL than we do today. There are many, many secrets that are being kept from us from the training camps that we don't know. There are 10, 12 teams where we don't even know the starting running back is going to be. But we will, as soon as they line up on opening day, there'll be no more secrets at that point. And, the waiver wire after week 1 of the season is as valuable as having an extra 3rd round pick in your fantasy draft. And the higher you draft on waivers, the more likely you're going to get a guy who can really help you. How do you get that high pick? Well, you get that high pick by losing your opening game in fantasy. I'm not suggesting you do that on purpose, but my point is don't draft guys because, well, at least he's healthy and he'll play on opening day. That's a bad strategy. You'd rather draft a better player who isn't playing on opening day because he can help you down the line. And so what if you lose opening day? There's a benefit to that. You get an extra third-round draft pick. You get one more really good player that nobody knew was going to be this good. But on opening day, oh my God, did you see this? What Jordan Tyson did for the Saints on opening day, he looked like Jamar Chase, and nobody drafted him. Yeah, how do I get him? Well, you get him on waivers after week 1. So anyway, my point is, don't overrate these injury tales that you've heard in the preseason. Yeah, there's some serious ones. Some guys are having knee surgery, out for the season with Achilles, whatever it is. All right, great. Just scratch him from the list. But because a guy is sitting out, the first and second preseason games or a couple of training camp practices because, he tweaked the hamstring, that, don't be fooled. If Jordan Tyson's available to you, the last pick of your fantasy draft, much like I talked about Charbonnet earlier on, man, you want to walk away with him on your roster. And in his case, like I said, worst case scenario, he's out for 4 weeks. That's okay because I got an injured reserve spot on my roster. So I can actually keep him. It's not like a wasted pick. I can actually keep him and replace him with somebody else. So, these are, getting you back to the point I was trying to make there. Ideally, on your fantasy roster, you will end up with at least one of these rookie wide receivers, whether it be Lemon or Concepcion or Tyson or Stribling. One of these 4 guys, as one of your last couple of picks. ESPN won't give you any good grade because you drafted them. That's fine.
Right.
That's what, another one of my draft tips.
Okay.
Is come away, have at least one rookie wide receiver on your roster.
All right. After Charbonnet goes Kittle, Mahomes, Downs, Gainwell, Krosky Merritt, J.K. Dobbins, Dallas Goedert. So all these guys still available. Broncos D, Rashad White, Jake Ferguson, Mark Andrews finally goes. The Texans D, Jordan Mason, Diggs, and on the next pick.
I'm sorry to interrupt. What pick was Mahomes? What number overall? What round?
He just went number 105, pick 105, in round 11, midway through.
Okay. So, this, I don't mean to interrupt, but this gets back to my point from before. You could have waited till round 11 to take a quarterback and still ended up with a guy like Mahomes.
Right.
So it's like, why are we rushing to take Nicks or even Purdy, Stafford, even Herbert, Caleb Williams? Caleb Williams is probably better. But my point is, yeah, it'd be nice to have one of these top quarterbacks, to have Allen, Burrow, Hurts, one of these 3 guys. But if you don't get one of these 3 guys, and I'm not recommending it because I wouldn't take a quarterback that early, but if you don't, it's like, why be the next guy? Why be the guy who drafts Drake May or Jackson or Caleb Williams when later on, as you did, you can get Prescott or Lawrence or Mahomes or Purdy or Sluff or Goff? I mean, here's your example. Round 11, Mahomes is available. And you took Nicks in round 7.
Yeah, crazy.
Why?
Crazy.
Why? You haven't even gotten to Goff yet, and so that's your kind of your proof that can I really wait that long You know what? On a real NFL team, no, you wouldn't wait till round 11 or 12 to draft a quarterback. In fantasy football, where you're only getting half credit for touchdown passes, where actually it behooves you to run the ball more than pass the ball, you know what? You can wait round 10, round 11 to get your quarterback. Trust me. Anyway, back to the action.
Okay, my next pick. So I need wide receivers to fill out my depth a little bit more, obviously. So I'm going to take one. And ironically enough, when you're kind of looking at the guys available, it is the rookies, like you mentioned. There's still Chris Godwin out there with Tampa Bay, right? Let's see. There's a Deebo Samuel sighting. He's back with the 49ers. And let me get to my page here. Diggs went right before me, my pick. And really the only two I'm looking at is our boy Quentin Johnston, and I'm looking at Romeo Doubs. Now, when I say Romeo Doubs, I think the first automatic inclination is to think, okay, it's Romeo Doubs. He's okay in the Packers. He made some touchdowns. He made some good catches. At worst, I think you know what you get with him, which is serviceable. But at best, maybe with the Patriots now and Josh McDaniels, you find him in this almost like Wes Welker type of role, maybe. I don't know. Even if A.J. Brown were to get hurt, could he end up being the pseudo number one receiver? Either way you dice it, I want a piece of this New England offense one way or another. And I think at worst, I'm getting the Patriots number two. Now that's debatable. Wide receiver overall to have depth at this position. So that's why I'm going to take him over Johnston, who we know can have home run games himself and be a home run hitter, but he can also disappear and do a disappearing act as well. A little bit more maybe consistency with Dobbs. Probably not everybody's cup of tea, but I think at the end of the day, if I'm going to get the Patriots maybe number two receiver all the way down at number 118, I'll go ahead and sign up for that.
Here are 7 words that I would not utter in my fantasy drafts. This is just not my strategy late in the draft. You know what you're going to get with him. That's not a good thing.
Right.
It's like, I want to draft for potential at this point. I like my,
your rookies.
My rookies.
Your rookies.
It's like, you know what? If I drafted Jamar Chase in the first round and he got injured, would I like to have Dobbs, more of a sure thing, sitting there on my bench to plug into my lineup? Absolutely. But I'll tell you what, if I'm replacing Jamar Chase with Dobbs, I ain't winning any fantasy title.
Right.
I want to replace Jamar Chase with this up and coming rookie who's got scored 2 touchdowns on opening day. I got him off waivers, or I got him at the last pick in the draft. I'd much rather draft for potential. Like now, there are times when that's a good idea. There are times when that's a bad idea. It's a bad idea when you don't like your front runner guys. You think they're risky. All right, you know what? I got to take more of a safer, reserve, a 4th or 5th receiver who I can just know that I can plug in there and he'll give me a little something. All right, that doesn't speak well for your team, but I can understand that thinking. But if you come away from your draft and you're thinking, oh man, I love my team. Here are my top 3 receivers. I got, give me your top 3 receivers. We're Olave and
Olave, Adams, and Jameson Williams.
Olave, Adams, and Jameson Williams. Like, man, I'm plugging those 3 guys in every week, and I'm never going to worry about it. Well, if that's your thinking coming out of the draft, well, why why not roll the dice late in the draft? Because these guys are never going to play for you anyway. Why not roll the dice and shoot for the home run with your backup receiver? You've given yourself that opportunity by drafting 3 real frontline guys, and so that's what I would call a mistake. If you want to rate high, you get an A grade from ESPN's draft list. Draft Dobbs in round 12 because you've got great depth. He's ranked 50th on our list. No. I want Concepcion, Stribling, one of these guys who's going to be available in the last round. I'll take my chances with these guys, and if they don't pan out, well, you know what? I wasn't planning on playing them anyway. So that's my general strategy for late in the draft.
Okay.
Don't take if the guy. General rule of thumb: if the guy is the highest rated guy available on ESPN's draft list when it comes to your pick in the 12th round, don't take him.
All right. Johnston goes after that pick. TJ Hawkinson, Chuba Hubbard, Kenyon Sadiq.
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you for a second to make this announcement. You are waiting way too long to draft one of my favorite players. You're taking a really unnecessary risk, given the names that you're throwing out there right now. If you name this one guy who, other than Charbonnet, I say even more so than Charbonnet.
It's Brandon Aubrey.
The one
right?
guy who
Brandon
I
Aubrey.
absolutely have to have on my team this year. One of my favorite players. Tells you what my mindset is. And I'd have taken him by this point.
Brandon Aubrey.
Crazy.
Brandon Aubrey.
Yes. But anyway, go ahead. Yes, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I'm just saying that.
I'm just saying.
Listen to these names that you're throwing out there. If somebody at this point takes it takes Brandon Aubrey ahead of me, I would say, you know what? I'm dropping out of this league. I hate fantasy football because in the last round, I just drafted some 5th or 6th wide receiver who's never going to play. And now I didn't get my favorite player, my favorite kicker, best kicker in the league. I want to be the guy. Sorry, you might laugh at me, but I want to be the guy who drafts the first kicker. And I'm going to do that a round or 2 earlier than most people because I really, really, really want this guy on my team. All right. Anyway, let's see how this plays out.
Okay. So along that line of thinking, kind of, knowing that there have been years where defenses have been the difference in teams winning their championship, like the old school Ravens, et cetera, et cetera. There's been plenty of really, really good shutdown fantasy defenses. I said, let me click on over to there. Let me see what we got. If we have one of these top tier defenses in my mind available, that's who I'm going to take. And the Seattle defense was there. And I like what they have to offer, at least at the end of the day. So that's who I took at 123.
Yeah, I ranked them 3rd on my list. I think the Rams definitely should be ranked 1st because in fantasy football, how are you getting points on defense? Has nothing to do really, or very little to do with really playing good defense. If you're just one of these teams that doesn't get turnovers, doesn't get sacks, but keeps the teams out of the end zone, you're winning every game 27-13.
They have a good home field for that, Seattle too, as well.
Right. You don't get a lot of points. Where you do get points, to me, the number one reason to take a defense is because they get to the quarterback. You get a sack, you get a point in fantasy. You cause a fumble, you get a point in fantasy. You intercept a pass, you get a point in fantasy. Now, you happen to turn any of those into a touchdown, that's the fantasy gold mine. I mean, you get 6 points. That just doesn't happen. If you look at, who scored defensive touchdowns last year, has no relation to the teams that played good defense. It was, the team that took advantage of a desperation quarterback at the end of the game, threw it right to your cornerback, and he ran for a touchdown, or you sacked the guy and the quarterback fumbled, and your defensive tackle rumbled into the end zone. What you really want is which team can get to the quarterback the best, because that's how you're going to get defensive points. And who's got the best, sack, defensive lineman in the league? Well, that's easy because, that used to be Cleveland, but now that's the Rams. So I think the Rams, are going to lead the league in sacks this year. They almost have to when you've got Garrett on your team. I also think that, I think there's an underrated defense this year, and that is, well, who do you consider to be the second best pass rusher in the NFL? And I think this guy's kind of gotten a little forgotten. Was certainly a bigger name on his previous team. But, I would say the Packers. The Packers have, the Lawrence Taylor type of defensive pass rushers, edge rushers. They're not a great defensive team necessarily, but Micah Parsons is a game changer. I mean, he's a guy that could rank second in the league in sacks. Knows how to get the football out of the quarterback's hands. And Green Bay is, in the drafts that I've seen, has not been going very high. So if you don't want to do what you're doing right now, which is drafting a defense a round or two earlier than most people, getting the Seahawks, getting the Texans, getting the Rams as one of your defenses, you feel real good about yourself. But if you're going to wait till the second to last round, or even the last round, to take a defense, and Green Bay still sitting there, that would be my choice. And again, I just think that you got a great pass rusher, you got a chance to have fantasy success.
Okay. The Rams end up going 136. Now, we're really getting to the thin of it here towards the end. Probably not going to be a fan of this next pick either. And I don't think I'm a fan. This might be my worst pick. But at worst
my man
case,
Aubrey gone yet?
Yeah, he goes shortly after Seattle. I'll do. Let's see.
Okay.
Steelers are next. Then Corum, Hunter Henry, Dalton Kincaid, Brandon Aubrey, Deebo Samuel. Deebo's gone. Lemon's gone. Cameron Dicker gone. R.J. Harvey gone. Concepcion gone. Aaron Jones Sr. gone. Jason Myers right there. There he is. Rams defense. Kwame Fairbairn. And then it comes to me at 138. I'm kind of sitting there. I should be probably a little bit more in tune to things. I'm looking at receivers still. Stripling is available. For whatever reason, I don't recognize that. I see Denzel Boston, who's also had a decent camp with Cleveland. But there's other receivers too, like Shaheed is right there. Let's see. Then it's a big run on defenses. It looks like it goes after that. Anyway, in case Montgomery gets hurt, then it's all Woody Marks. So I took Woody Marks right here, just in case. Now, he could easily be a waiver wire disciple here after week one. If I want to try to pick up a receiver. But for whatever reason, unnecessary running back. But at least I have both Texans options now. One's buried deep on my bench in case the bell cow does go down. So, any interest in Woody Marks to you at all? Probably.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of people who use that strategy.
Right.
Who will draft the backup for their star running back. I mean, basically, whoever they pick first, they'll draft the backup for that guy. And sometimes that makes sense, and sometimes it doesn't. I mean, I look at a team like the 49ers, who, when their starting running back has gotten injured in the past, they plug in a second guy, and he does every bit as well, or almost every bit as well. So there are some teams that can do that. There are other teams that, the reason that they run the ball so well is because the first guy is such a great runner, and expecting that if the second guy is not the same. I do think Houston's one of those teams where if they committed to one back, that guy's going to have success. I think they're kind of against the grain in terms of NFL teams that you've seen more and more passing, more and more spread, three wide outs, and will swing the ball all over the place. Houston's one of these teams that, we're going to play, military football. We're going to run the ball every down if we can. We don't really trust our quarterback. We've got a really good offensive line. We've got a great defense. We're going to play conservatively. And I think that's what makes Montgomery to me so valuable this year is they finally got this bell cow, big guy who can take the punishment of carrying the ball 18, 20 times a game between the tackles, has the speed to bust through there. And so, that's why I really like him. And yeah, I think that Marks would step in there if Montgomery were to get hurt. I think they would try to use him the same way. He's a smaller, quicker back. But
he can
I
catch
do
the ball
think he
too.
would get a lot of opportunities.
Right.
In that particular case, I think it is a good safeguard that, I'm really counting on Montgomery, but you know what? I don't really trust him for one reason or another. And so I'm going to go with, draft his backup as well and see how that works out. And that's not a strategy that I like to use. But it is it is common practice among a lot of people. And the day Montgomery gets injured, you're going to say, see, this is why you do it. All right. You're good point. Because that's the time, like you said, if he's not drafted and Montgomery gets hurt, that very next week on the waiver wire, he's going to be the first guy selected by somebody. And chances are that ain't going to be you. So, the fact that you thought ahead, put him on your roster to start the season, congratulations to that.
All right. After that goes Godwin, Stribling. After that, Eagles defense, Browns defense. And then I take the rookie wide receiver finally to satisfy your rookie needs. Maybe not the one you want, but Denzel Boston, again, potential upside with Cleveland there.
Yeah, but another guy who's, if you watched him play college football, like, wow, this is like a man among boys. This is a guy who's going to be able to go to the NFL. He's fast. He's big. He's going to be a great pick by somebody. Unfortunately, he didn't land in the greatest position. He's not a second or a third receiver on probably a bottom 5 passing team. I think what makes Concepcion stand out as a potential pick is because he catches a lot of short balls. He's going to be a guy, more of a possession receiver, one of these 7 catches for 50 yards, no touchdowns, kind of guy who's going to get you 12 points a game. Maybe develops into more than that if the quarterback is actually, any good. But that's kind of what you get with Cleveland. If Boston had been drafted, into the same spot as Lemon, with the Eagles, oh my God, he'd be a 7th round pick.
6'4",
He'd be one of
Denzel
the,
Boston.
The Boston. Yeah, if Boston were drafted onto the Eagles, but he unfortunately did not land a good situation. We'll see. I mean, so much of this comes down to Watson. Is Watson still a serviceable quarterback? How the Browns got a new coach now. How anxious are they going to be to open it up, trust their defense, wing the ball around more than they've done in the past? Like I said, if Watson relives his glory days, then that might work. That might be certainly a way for them to play. But if he's a shell of what he used to be, and he's only starting because Sanders is the backup, he isn't all that hot, then and they decide, we can't trust this quarterback. We need to run the ball a lot. Then that not only ruins Boston, but probably ruins Concepcion at the same time.
Boston, 6'4", and he's been running back.
No,
he's been running back punts apparently too.
Yeah, he's quite. Like I said, he's one of these top 6, talented wide receivers coming out of college this year, where you would expect all 6 of these guys, to have the potential, have the talent to be really good NFL receivers. This guy certainly got the size, like I said, so it's not going to be any surprise to me if a couple of these guys don't really have really good seasons, because we've seen this the last 10 years, that these guys explode on the scene. It's not like college football 20 years ago, where all the good athletes were playing running back, and quarterback. They ran around like crazy. They didn't have great wide receivers. They didn't have great tight ends. Now every team's got 4 wide receivers and a great tight end, and they're winging the ball around and making it like the pro game. And these guys are coming into the pro game, with a lot of experience in these kinds of offenses. Plus the fact that this 6'2", 220-pound guy who was a running back 15 years ago, he's now a wide receiver, and he's developed more in his speed, more than his power. And, and lo and behold, he's turned into Jamar Chase, and he's turned into, Justin Jefferson,
Right.
He's turned into
Calvin
Lamb.
Johnson running down the field.
Exactly, and so, these guys come into pro football. It's like, well, there's going to be a transition time. No, there isn't. Have you watched, LSU and Ole Miss, and, some of these teams that just, they think they're a pro team. They wing that ball around like crazy. And it gets great talent to come play for them at the wide receiver position. And every year there's from those schools and from several others, Alabama, crying out loud. I still don't, for the life of me, don't understand why these great wide receivers go to Alabama. They're not a great passing team. But yet, every year Jamison Williams comes out of there, or, every year they have somebody, who is like, oh my God, Devontae Smith, he's like the greatest receiver I've ever seen. And then the next year, I thought Devontae Smith, graduated. Well, he did. That's not him. That's Jamison Williams. He just looks like him, and then Jamison Williams is gone. And then the next year, lo and behold, they got somebody else who's just as good. So, it's amazing the amount of talent that's coming out of that position in college football.
Have you seen that offensive tackle for Alabama?
Well, I mean,
do you know what I'm talking about?
I don't know who you're talking about, but it's not surprising that. I mean, what's surprising to me in college football is how anybody beats these teams. know, Alabama or Georgia or even Notre Dame or Ohio State. You know, I mean, it just seems like there's whatever 100 5-star recruits each year. Well, 20 of them went to Alabama, and 20 of them went to Ohio State. 20 of them went to Notre Dame. 20 of them went to Georgia. It's like, well, what did Cal get? Well, they got a couple of 3-stars. Well, how in the world are they ever going to compete? You know, when Alabama and Georgia and Ohio State, they got everybody. They're an all-star team, you know. And every year it's the same thing. But I don't know. They somehow, some way. But no, I'm not surprised to hear that. I mean, that Alabama doesn't have 10 offensive linemen
right.
who are all pro
This
prospects.
guy is.
They certainly were coming out of high school.
They said this guy's going to be number one. He's his strength coach said he's never seen anything like it. 6'7", 330, squats 750 pounds, bench presses 550, and power cleans almost 400 pounds. He's ridiculous.
My son Daniel is 6'7". I knew I should have booked him up. He could have gotten over 300 pounds. He could have been that guy. And instead, no, they trimmed him down and made him a volleyball player.
All right, my last pick. I need a kicker. I'm just going to go with the team who says they want to score the most. So, we'll take the savvy veteran, Cairo Santos, as my kicker with the Bears.
Yeah, I mean, I say the same thing about defense as I would about kicker. I mean, if you're, there isn't that big a difference.
Teach their own on that.
Yeah, I mean, there was actually an article written in one of the big Eastern newspapers that I saw was referenced in online on Facebook or something, where a guy was talking about there's a big push in fantasy to not use kickers anymore. And the reason is because there's not that big a difference between the top kicker and the 20th best kicker. They're all kicked 25 field goals over the year. Yeah, one guy gets 50 extra points and the other guy only has 20, but that's the 30-point difference, a 1.5 difference per game for your fantasy team. Big deal, And so some leagues they're not using kickers anymore. And this guy was saying, that's crazy. These kickers are getting better and better every year. You see these guys kicking 50, 60 yarders these days. They can give you 10 points a game while the other team's kicker only gets a couple of points, and that's big difference. I mean, how many of these fantasy matchups are coming down to a point or 2 points or 5 points difference in the final score? And, your kicker is the guy that made the 50-yard field goal. You won that matchup. But anyway, my point is that there are, where I agree with the leagues that are getting rid of kickers, and trust me, I'm not saying you should, but where I agree with that thinking is that there are a lot of good kickers out there these days, a lot of kickers that kick the ball a long way. You watch some of these preseason games, and you don't see a whole lot of starters and running backs and wide receivers and quarterbacks playing, but everybody's playing their kicker. And you kind of you watch them, and you kind of, you watch Sly of the Titans. Oh my God, this guy's like automatic from 55 yards, 58 yards. Man, if he were only on a higher scoring team, maybe I wouldn't love Aubrey as much. I don't know, maybe that's a little unrealistic. But he's an incredible kicker. And it's like, well, gee, you haven't been watching a lot of football because every team's got a Sly. They're all these kickers kick the ball like crazy. And so, yeah, so waiting till the last round to draft your kicker, I don't think is a terrible idea. There's a lot of good ones, and beauty's in the eyes of the beholder there. What you said, and I agree with you, don't draft a kicker draft a team. The team that scores the most points, their kicker is going to be just fine for your fantasy team. So find a team like the Lions. Say, okay, I want the Lions kicker. I don't even know his name, but give me the Lions kicker, with my last pick. His name is Bates, by the way. But anyway, the point is, so what, you've never heard of him. Well, the Lions are going to score 35, 38 points every game. And when push comes to shove, even if the guy makes one field goal, you're going to get 8 points out of your kicker every game. And that's, that's probably better than what your opponent is getting.
Probably.
So, decide for yourself. Who are these high scoring teams? The Bears being one of them. You plucked the guy from the Bears. Good choice. Look at who's the top 5 scoring teams and draft a kicker from one of them. You'll be you may not know his name, but it doesn't matter. You'll still get those points.
Joey Sly, friend of the program, and your host right here from
there you go.
Blacksburg,
like I said, he was. They played. I happened to, not that I'm watching a whole lot of preseason games, but they happened to play the 49ers, obviously our local team here. So that game was televised in our market the other night. Might have been televised everywhere. I don't know. So, you watched him kick, like, wow. I need to spend more time studying kickers. This guy's really good. Well, yeah, unfortunately, like I said, the Titans, they don't score a whole lot, and so that's unfortunate because this guy had more opportunities. But you put him on the Lions, he'd be the first kicker selected. So.
All right, Dave, we're running out of time. Real quick, go ahead and give me a grade that ESPN would give me, and then go ahead and give me what you would give me for a drafting grade in my scenario of this mock draft. What do we got?
Well, where we differed in opinion was basically on your reserve players, the direction to take there and what have you. I thought that, the top of your draft, you did great. I thought later on, I would have gone in a different direction. I'm going to give your team a C plus. I think that I think ESPN would be, the fact that I grade your team down a little is an indication that ESPN would grade your team higher. So I'm going to say ESPN doesn't give minuses and pluses. I'm going to say they would give you a B. I'll give you I'll give you a C plus.
Okay, we'll win some games anyway with that roster. All right,
so
Dave.
that was just a mock. Yep. That was just a mock draft.
Real
right?
stuff to come.
Yeah. So we all. I'm not saying that you needed to learn anything from your draft, but this is why we do mock drafts, is to see that. This is what the guy was talking about on the podcast the other day. He's right, man. It gets down to this point here. I should have drafted my running backs earlier, man, they were right. They were talking about the depth of wide receiver. Look at all these guys. Wow, this is great. Why was it in such a hurry to take wide receivers? I mean, you see things in these mock drafts where you say to yourself, all right, you know what? Next time around, I'm going to try a different strategy and see if that works any better, or see if I feel any better about my team. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't feel any better. You think, you know what? I'm going right back to what I thought originally. But maybe you've learned something. Maybe that next time around, you come away with Charbonnet toward the end of the draft. Oh, you got Aubrey. You got the best kicker. Whatever it is. Maybe it's the one tidbit you've learned from listening to this show where it just makes you feel that much better about your draft. Well, then our task is complete.
Our job is done. Okay. We will draft Labor Day night. You'll draft that week prior to the season as well, I believe. And we'll go ahead and table the fantasy next week. And we'll start looking at season prop bets and everything else involved with what we may want to get our hands to for the long term for this NFL season coming up. 6 touchdown scores. I'll have a bunch of quarterbacks to go under their passing yards. We'll go through it all next week with Dave. All right, a lot of fun. Good, useful knowledge. And as always, learned a lot. Dave, appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay. See you next week.
Yep.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brett.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like showing a knife. Never feel how I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No action's mine. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours.
Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night.
R.I.P. Todd.
All right, the round robin returns 11:23 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, August the 23rd, 2026. And I don't think you get any kind of a deeper fantasy breakdown than what we just had over the course of the last 3 hours. So revisit that at any point this week you want. Basically, you got a breakdown of everything along the line in terms of where people should go, just everything that might be a useful tool for you when you do your fantasy draft coming up. So all relevant, hit the replay button as necessary as we go through the upcoming weeks. Our league nephew Dave will draft on Labor Day night, so we have some time to soak all of that in. Good morning, sir. How are you? Well, there goes Dave. We'll see if we get him to call in here in a minute. It's always the Ocean View feed always gets us, right? Anyway, moving forward, let's go ahead and pull up some lines. Let's see what we got. That's generally what we've been doing the last few programs, is making picks, and we've been incorporating a little bit of the football, and then looking at the baseball games for today as well. And we could actually maybe start to look at, can we do the week 0 games for college? Kind of. A handful of games on Thursday, right? These are all what would be like Division I AA, right? What do they call that? The FCS, FBS, FCS. It looks like there's a load of those games coming up on Thursday and or Friday. Nephew Dave, is that you?
Yep.
All right. So we'll get a good taste of college football come Thursday night. And then come Saturday, we start to get a little bit more real. We'll step up from the FBS. We have, let's see. Well, Friday night, we have Idaho and Cal Poly. I guess Idaho might be stepping down a tier. But Saturday, we'll get the game from across seas. I think in Ireland is where North Carolina will play TCU. Let's see. What else do we have on the slate for that day? San Jose State and Southern Cal, USC. It was a 38.5 point favorite. 60.5. Other games to note for week 0 coming up before the next program. Let's see here. Eastern Washington and Northern Arizona. That doesn't really do too much for us. The Citadel and Watford. The night game will be Hawaii and Stanford. That's about as extravagant as we're kind of getting here. We also have Florida State and New Mexico State playing Saturday night coming up. A lot of games this weekend, but they're all the lower levels. FCS or whatever they call that 1AA. I mean, there's a ton of those games. Memphis and UNLV. There you go. There's your proverbial Division I game. UNLV 5.5-point favorite. Utah Tech, Montana State, late night Saturday. And then that's it, really. Week 0. They just kind of give you a handful. I wish they'd give us a little bit more of a serving size of some of these better teams, especially since we're starting so late this year. Labor Day coming September 7th, which is extremely late. Nephew Dave, college football is here. What do you think?
Yeah, man, excited for some week 0 action. What is it? The Ireland game, man, that's always pretty fun. Carolina and TCU getting that this year, like you mentioned. But yeah, we're right around the corner for some meaningful football. You know, they don't have a preseason, so they start, and it's right from the jump. So it's real football here soon. I'm excited.
I think this is a good play for the North Carolina TCU game. First of all, TCU's getting all the love in the media. You got to remember last year they slapped around North Carolina. But North Carolina has had some issues as well. Steve Belichick has left as defensive coordinator. My man Michael Lombardi having some issues in their administration. So he's been suspended. Talking about lawsuits as well. Belichick does bring over Bobby Petrino, old kind of run and gun type of coach. Coached Louisville on a couple of occasions. Got famous there for his spread attack. Tried to take it to the SEC into a few places, like Arkansas. Didn't quite work out. Remember, he was riding his motorcycle with like a co-ed on the back and got fired at some point as well. He left the Atlanta Falcons early, if you remember that, Bobby Petrino as well, to go to Arkansas, I believe, mid-season, which was kind of an unprecedented thing at the time. And Belichick's going to have some defense from his pedigree alone. The offensive line apparently isn't going to be as good as the TCU defensive line, which makes a lot of sense there. And then you also have some turmoil in the TCU locker room where the safety beat up the wide receiver and sent him into the hospital. So that's 2 players that'll be out on both sides of the ball. A little bit more experience at quarterback this year for Carolina, less experience for TCU. So to me, that smells like an under 47.5, Dave. Both these teams traveling across seas to add to it. So I'm going to project a lower scoring game in that game. What do you think about that?
Yeah, Steve, I think those usually are. And I think that's probably the best way to kind of approach week 0, especially in a game like this. I would think TCU should be the winning team, probably the little bit better of the team. North Carolina just kind of seems to just not really have it together as of late. I know last season wasn't exactly what they wanted either. So under 47.5, I could go for that. Like I said, you want to kind of, I don't know, I think we want to get a game or 2 in here before we start firing at some of these numbers because, as we know, the college over-unders are much, much different from the NFL. I'm looking at the slate right now. I see a 59.5 with San Jose and USC. I mean, that is a ton of points. Same thing here with the late game that night in Memphis and UNLV at 57.5. Now, if this was week 3, I would probably even move those to like over 62.5. As I do think these teams can put some scores on the board. It's week 0. Everybody's kind of, new to the game here, especially if you're coming over and you're playing in different systems. As we know, the transfer portal now has just ran absolutely wild. So it changes things up every year. You might need a game or two to get some of these guys meshing together. So yes, Steve, long story short, in that game, North Carolina TCU, I could see trying to go about it that way.
And to kind of add what you're saying too about those higher over-unders, even with the big spreads, if USC gets out to a 41-0 lead, lead at halftime, or even Florida State, up 28 to 3 at halftime for them, you might see some aggression in the third quarter, but by the time it gets to the fourth quarter, you can start to see some subs, more of an emphasis on the running game. And at that point, you're just a drive or two away from that game staying under the total. If the underdog can't score any whatsoever. So you will get, scenarios where there are a lot of points in the first half scored. You're looking up like, oh man, it's over is dead in the water. The next thing you know is Operation Slowdown. 10 points scored in the third quarter, 0 scored in the fourth quarter, and there you go. The game stays under. So know that even if you do get some lopsided numbers in the first half, look for some second half unders in a lot of these blowout scenarios, as these teams are not going to be looking to embarrass their opponents, at least in week one, I don't think. Right? So.
Right, yeah.
The live over-under might not be the worst thing in the world as well. We'll get some decent college football on September the 3rd and 4th and the 5th before this program airs. But, it's a way to go until next Saturday. But just for Thursday night entertainment, what do you have to look forward to? And I'm talking about not even this week, in 10 days on the Thursday. Let's see. Rutgers, UMass would be a game. Buffalo, Albany. Let's see. Akron and Wake Forest. That's legitimate. Colorado, Georgia Tech. Legitimate matchup. Eastern Illinois, Minnesota. UAB, Illinois. Idaho and Utah. So some decent games going on that Thursday. And then on Friday night, you'll get Purdue playing Indiana State. You'll get Kansas playing Michigan State. And your boys will be on Friday night, Dave. Oklahoma against UTEP. Oklahoma minus 41.5 and 49.5. How about that? So if that allows UTEP to get a field goal, that's it. For it to be Oklahoma and the under, anything besides a Utah field goal is probably a loser, unless they get stuck on the goose egg, which is the best case scenario. Then you just need Oklahoma to fall between 42 and 49. You'd be amazed how that actually works. But if you take UTEP and you get to 7 points, if you like UTEP in the over, as long as UTEP can score 4 points, you're going to win one of the bets. So that's what you look for there on those kind of things. Dave's Oklahoma Sooners might look fantastic, but if they win by 38 points, which looks great, UTEP is still taking the money home and the over-under for sure. If they get 14 points or whatever the case may be. So pay attention to those things. Don't paint yourself into a corner. Other Friday night games, Stanford and Miami. Man, Friday's a good night. Fresno State and USC will round off the good games we have for a Friday. So a little taste this weekend. Wish we would have a little bit more coming up. A little bit better of a taste on Thursday. And then even that Friday, we have some decent matchups. And off and going will be college football. And then we'll be able to, Man, I'm trying to get our math right. We always have one extra show in my head than what I think, just because we're starting so late with the NFL football. So no picks for the NFL yet. That will still have to wait for a couple more shows. But what we will do next week, Dave, is we will be full on. We did full on fantasy this week. As far as I'm concerned, we kind of put a bow tie on that for now. We give
Right.
it as good as a breakdown as you possibly can fantasy wise on this program. So what we will do for moving forward is start looking at our props, our bets. Next weekend preseason will be over, so everything's fair game for attack as far as I'm concerned next Sunday. Big announcement earlier as well, where this program has bought entry into the Circa Survivor pool, which is $20 million guaranteed. So is that to get all the way to the end, or is that to win it at some time in November, December? Yet to be determined. But we will have one full entry in that, and then also in the Circa Millions contest, which is picking 5 games against the spread, and trying to have one of the better records and payouts go into the top 100 of the way that you finish. So the higher you finish, the better. And prizes for quarterly, prizes for being the worst picker exist as well. So, we could feasibly, win a month, go 25-0 or 20-0, whatever the case may be. And, 18-2 maybe gets you home on one of these. But we'll have to be on top of our picks and our spreads. And I did this at one point last year before it just kind of got lost on my DraftKings site. I missed the first week is what really happened. And so they throw out your first week. I started picking the second week. I was really, really good. I was really in the mid 60s, close to 70% for a decent part of the season. And then for whatever reason, which happens with us and getting busy and doing the program and doing picks last second and stuff like that, I did not enter one of the weeks again midway through the season. So that gave me a 0. And then once I got that, I was kind of in trouble. And then I think I took another 0 for the same reason a couple weeks later. And then that was it. I was just dead in the water. So we'll be a little different this time. I don't think I'll forget the Vegas contest. I'll be thinking about that nonstop and have reminders everywhere. And plus paying for our proxy service, who are the ones who place the bets or the picks for us. They will be reminding us as necessary to submit our picks. So the weird time for that will be Thanksgiving and Christmas. It's on a quick turnaround. Once Sunday passes before Thanksgiving, we better be ready to get picks in on that by that Tuesday, really, and submit everything for the weekend. All right, so that's where we stand with that. One Survivor entry and one Pick 5 entry. That's kind of exciting, Dave, right? We follow that all year.
Oh, heck yeah, man. That is that's really exciting for the show, man. I think I have a feeling that I think we're going to do pretty well here, Steve. I think we've had a good start here to the preseason with the shows and I get the sense here in the studio talking to the guys, you and Ant and all that. I think it's going to be a pretty business-like type of year, and I think we're in for some good fortunes. I'm feeling good about it.
Yeah, the other interesting dynamic, which might help our cause, and we like to have fun on game day as well, and all that. But I myself, I'll just speak for myself, have taken a step back from drinking, which I wasn't drinking a lot, but I like to have booze with my football. And really, the last time I've had any booze was on Super Bowl Sunday. So I've been on the dry streak probably we'll try to continue that. If we have a big early Sunday victory, that will probably be enough to maybe go indulge and celebrate and take the guys out or whatever. Especially if we have a couple of big hits, that's going to probably motivate me a little bit more to let loose. But we'll enter this season with some extra clarity, and I'm wondering if that early week, not trying to focus on the hangover and really being able to get right back to the business at hand. I mean, I don't see how that hurts. I think that only helps, to be honest, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely, Steve. 100%.
All right, so that's the plan there. Is there anything in football you've been looking at yourself lately?
NFL wise?
Yeah, has anything really wetted your whistle? Like, all right, this is something I really love right now, like futures wise.
Well, futures wise, I've been playing a couple tickets here and there. There are a couple things that I like that I think that we've talked about it before.
Right.
Let me pull up the futures wise anyway. I'm looking here, Steve, and I was talking with a buddy of mine, and I said, was talking about the Broncos division there with the Chiefs, the Chargers, and the Raiders. The Raiders are going to be improved. I think that's going to be a difficult division this year. I think it's going to go one or two ways for the Chiefs. They're either going to bounce back in a really great way and respond to last year's adversity, or they're going to miss again, and it's not going to be super pretty. So I'm really high on the Denver Broncos winning that division, Steve. Again, I know we've talked about it, but I think they have, they're the third favorite out of the four to win that division. So you're going to get a really, really good number that excites me for sure for them to win that division. And if I can find it right here, you got them at plus 225. So, yeah, it's not a super high number, but, you throw some of these division winner tickets together, and when you have a team who we expect quite a bit out of, like the Denver Broncos, at that kind of number, Steve, I think, you have to play it somewhere. So that's one I really like. And again, I've said it before. I'll be that guy here on the show for us. Even with the injury, Houston Texans, that's probably just one of the, if not the best defensive unit. Here's my thinking, Steve. Texans win that division, and if they can find a way to somehow get the running game going, and maybe David Montgomery helps that cause out, and they don't have to rely as much on, Stroud to have to go out there and be a gunslinger. I think that's the recipe for them, the run game and the defense. That's not something that they've had in the past couple of years, and I think that's been what has been holding them up. So if they get David Montgomery going and that defense does, what we think it's going to do, what it's probably going to do, I don't see any reason why Texans don't win that division, Steve.
What are your odds on the Texans to win that division?
They are only at a plus 110 for me.
So plus 110, and if you wanted to parlay, the Broncos at plus 220. Is that what it was?
225.
225. Okay. So yeah, those two teams. That's a decent little payout. I definitely follow you with Denver. They're at worst going to be prepared. Kansas City, an ultimate wild card to me. I think the Chiefs will bounce back to make things interesting up at the top. And as much as I like the Chargers, again, here we go with some offensive line injuries already with them, moving players around, and I'm making too much of it. But the whole Herbert in his uniform and having his girlfriend at practice, they're kind of snuggling up. That's just very odd to me. Is the focus really there? Is there too much grab ass being played? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, defenses should have that as a target on their locker room. Him and his little girlfriend over there in the corner cuddling in his uniform. So, the Chargers, as much as I loved them before, I'm not as in love with them right now. And yes, a very, very hard division to make. I'm going to, on the divisional note, I'm going to just make a case, and I don't hear this from anybody. The natural thought is that the Patriots are, and this is going to be a little bit of a homer pick, and I've said this some on the show already, but if you're new to the program or haven't listened to me kind of yell about this yet, I'll just go ahead and do it. I don't see where Buffalo is super better than what they were. I know that they're going to be good just by default because they have Josh Allen. And I don't see where the Patriots' regression really comes from. A lot of people think that they're going to regress because of the schedule and that they overachieved last year. They may lose an extra game or two more than they did last year, but it doesn't mean that they're not as good of a team. They actually may be better. And with the receiving core that much more solidified with Brown, with Henderson now in his second year, I mean, this team has all the makings of blowing it apart on offense, and still having a good defense to boot. And if that's the case, then I love them to win the AFC East. And what I think is a 2-horse race anyway, right? Give me the plus money with the Pats to take out the Bills. So a Patriots-Texans combo may be something interesting as well. Even maybe combine forces and take a shot with Broncos, Pats, and the Texans for even a better payout than that. As far as other divisions go, I've been teeter-tottering around the North with the NFC. I kind of like the Lions, but I kind of like the Bears. So I think the jury is still going to be out on that. I think I like the Rams in the NFC West to overtake Seattle. That's not saying a lot, but Seattle maybe just, you won your Super Bowl. Maybe the sense of urgency just isn't there as much. Now you have Myles Garrett fueling the fire on defense for the Rams. Maybe that's enough to, let's get Myles Garrett a Super Bowl now and, get one more for McVay, get one more for Stafford, and then, we can break the band apart if we need to. In that scenario of having maybe the one last hurrah, I think the Rams are the better play. I think the Rams are going to be a nice pick. Talk about teams that are organized and disorganized. And although they put up 41 points in their preseason game the other night, and Kyle Shanahan is kind of a plug-and-play offense anyway, the plays stay the same, and he'll put players in positions to achieve. There still have been a ton of injuries with the Niners, and the continuity for a week 1 game across seas against the Rams, I'm not sure we'll be there. So I think the Rams are a good favorite to win that game by a score or even 2 maybe. And when we talk fantasy strategy and when we talk survivor strategy and picking games against the spread, we're going to have to take a serious look, maybe potentially at the Rams. Now, in terms of the Circuit Survivor contest, we want to keep as many Christmas and Thanksgiving teams left off the board. I think I have a good strategy moving forward where if I just avoid the Cowboys and the Eagles for now and the Packers and Bears for now, that opens me up to all the other teams that play over those holidays, which include now the Ravens I can be comfortable with playing at any time. I get the Chiefs in my pocket, etc. But the Rams are another team. They play Seattle for that holiday and Christmas. Do you really want to wait all the way to then to use the Rams and just have them? Maybe, because you have the Cowboys and Eagles still from the Thanksgiving, and not, one, you need to get that far in the first place. But what other spots would you really use the Rams with the first place schedule? Maybe that week one, just to get it in the books and to get the 49ers off guard. So some things to think about in terms of Survivor coming up next week. And we'll get deep into it as we will really try to think about who we're going to use for this contest. All right, let's do some baseball and we'll get on out of here. Dave, you got a list of games in front of you with some pitchers?
Yes, I do. Let me go back to that.
Baseball has been, to sum it up, it's been the same old, whatever we talked about last week in a negative way with baseball, it has completely been the same this week. The teams are not scoring nearly as much. A lot of goose eggs at times. Getting some of these teams to score is like pulling teeth all of a sudden. And I'll say this, as many teams as we had tanking in the NBA, there's nobody tanking in the baseball right now.
No, not at all.
A lot of teams are still playing hard, a lot calling up their players from minor league, a lot of young superstars as well. But pitching has been the dominant kind of force here. And let's see if we can kind of come up with something today.
All right, we'll start with the O's at home versus Tampa Bay. The Rays are going with Nick Martinez today. He's 12-4 with a 3.05 ERA. The O's are going to go with Shane Baez.
Yep.
He's 4-13 with a 4.02 ERA, Steve.
All right, we've seen this game a million times in the last couple of weeks. No chance of rain today. Wind blowing out to right field at 10 miles per hour. Let's see here. What's the Martinez ERA?
The Martinez ERA is 3.05.
Okay. Not bad. And Boz hasn't been the greatest either. The Orioles just seem to have Tampa's number a little bit. Tampa went 9-0 on that road trip and came home and got skunked by the O's. And then they've been kind of walking on eggshells since. And here we go again with Baltimore. They got to play in one more game today before they'll will have had enough of them. It's conducive to hitting out there today with these winds blowing out to right field. I think a pass for now, but I'll be interested in maybe taking the Orioles over 2.5 runs. I'm not going to take Tampa. I just don't trust them at the moment. Orioles have been a little bit better of a team to play on, but even them, they don't make it easy for you. I mean, they get those runs late to get you across. It looks like it's death and despair with them until the 4th or 5th inning. Then maybe they put a couple runs up and get you kind of interested. It's just not an easy ride. Either way you dice it with Baltimore. So maybe a pass, maybe the minimal runs for the Orioles. All right, what else?
All right, St. Louis is in Philadelphia to take on the Phillies. Kyle Leahy, he is 10-4, 3.24 ERA for the Cardinals. The Phillies are going with Christopher Sanchez, 16-4, the 2.51 ERA. Two good pitchers in this game, Steve. I wouldn't imagine we see over 8 in this one.
Two good pitchers. The Phillies scored 1 million runs last night. So the bats are kind of dead for St. Louis. And now here's Sanchez, the lefty, who really makes it difficult on these hitters here. The winds are blowing out to right. But the lefty on lefty matchup, you got to give the favor to Sanchez here. Now, you worry about the Phillies scoring runs because it almost always seems like if you score 12 runs the one day, you're ready to score 2 runs the next day. And that just seems to happen a lot. Again, winds are out to right field. If you have to take runs here, I think you take the Phillies. I'm not going to step in front of the Sanchez train. I have had a little bit of success going against Sanchez, but I don't think I'm interested in do that with the St. Louis and everything that we mentioned. I don't want to put myself in an automatic position of having to try to pull teeth for runs again, and that's the boat St. Louis will be in today. So probably a pass, but maybe I'll take Philly for 2.5 runs. I basically feel the same about this game as I do the Baltimore game. All right, next.
All right, Blue Jays are in New York taking on the Yankees. The Jays are going with Jose Soriano today. He is 10-6 with a 3.23 ERA, while the Yankees are going to go with Carlos Rodon. He is 4-2 with a 3.22 ERA.
What's the ERA for Soriano?
He is 3.23.
Okay, so he's not too bad. The Yankees have been on an under tear since the All-Star break. Really, since Judge has been hurt. And without Bellinger as well. Just getting runs across for the Yankees, any big amount has been very, very difficult. 4 seems to be their cap most nights. Rodon's a good pitcher here. Soriano is a good pitcher. These teams have been playing unders, played an under yesterday again. And a possible rain delay is what they're saying right now. Winds blowing from the right field pole to the left field pole, straight across at 6.9 miles per hour. So it would be an under for me. What's the over-under in this game, Dave? 7.5?
And that one is 8.
8. All right, so you're getting an 8. That's better than 7.5. I would definitely, on under Sunday, as it's traditionally called, I would lean under. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if all 3 of these games that we mentioned would go under on an under Sunday. All right, next.
All right, the Nationals are in Miami to take on the Marlins. Jackson Kent is on the mound for the Nationals. He is 0-1 with a 9.39 ERA. Miami is going with Jansen Junk. He is 6-8 with a 4.37 ERA.
Attractive matchup for the over, but the fact is that these teams have played 3 straight unders. This will be a pass for me. Next.
All right, the A's taking on the Astros. This one's in Houston. Brady Basso, he is 0-0 with a 3.91 ERA. The Astros are going to go with Christian Javier. He is 1-4 with a 6.44 ERA.
The Astros have been disappointing since we thought they might go on a surge. And they kind of did go on a mini surge and kind of got us excited. And they have not lived up to that expectation since. And in fact, the Orioles been able to be more than a handful for them. The Athletics, that is. And the Athletics not quite the push over that they were in the time leading up to the All-Star break. So Javier is not a pitcher I trust. Basso, one of these young pitchers. We are indoors in Houston. Can't seem to score at all. So I will just pass on this.
All right. Detroit is in Kansas City to take on the Royals. How about this one? Get ready for me to butcher this up. Jacob Wazgapak,
right.
He is 1-1 with a 1.95 ERA, while the Royals are going with Daniel Lynch, a much better name to say, 4-4 for him with a 2.83 ERA.
The Royals are one of those teams that has every right to fold the tents. And as we mentioned, unlike the NBA, these teams aren't folding. They aren't tagging at the end. Just about a week ago, we thought Detroit was about poised to try to make a run and take over the top of the AL North. They have since completely regressed. Now they're finding it hard to even score runs again. They're 61 and 68. Right when they are right at 500. Here they are now 7 games below 500. But KC's not much better. 17 games below 500. This will be a pass. Honestly, if you want to take under for all of these games, I would not argue it.
No, you definitely could. It's looking that way.
All right, next.
All right, your Mets are in Chicago to take on the White Sox. The Mets are going to go with Nolan McLean on the mound today. 9-8 with a 3.34 ERA. And the White Sox are going to go with Sean Newcomb. He is 1-3 with a 2.44 ERA.
Two good pitchers. The wind is blowing dead in from center field. So poor batting conditions. Nice cool day, 72 degrees for a high. So not humid at all. Again, I would look at an under here. Getaway day. Both these teams putting up a decent amount of runs the last couple of nights. Just 9, actually 10 on Friday night. So that went over last night, 10-5, the winner for the Mets. But wind blowing in now, and McLean, a very good pitcher for the Mets. And the White Sox, they can show up on the mound as well. I just will lean under here. Next.
Yep, I like it.
Yep.
The Angels, they are in Texas taking on the Rangers. The Angels are going to go with UC Kikuchi. For the Angels, he's 0-3, 5.81 ERA. The Rangers are going with Cal Quantrill. He is 5-4 with a 3.13 ERA.
Quantrill's been better than you kind of figured he would be. Of course, he's the son of a former major leaguer. He was a decent pitcher, and the Rangers giving him a chance here. The Rangers are just a team I just can't get involved with. They're a dead under team for the most part. They don't have the batting. Quantrill's someone you can't really trust, but he's been pitching well. Meanwhile, you want to talk about teams not being able to score runs. The Angels have been as bad as anybody and trying to score runs, averaging really just about 2 a game since the All-Star break. Kikuchi back after being gone forever. So he's back in the mix today. You figure he's on a limited pitch count. I don't know. Maybe another under. I just have no inkling or thrill to try to even tune this game in, to be honest.
All right. The Guardians are in Colorado to take on the Rockies. The Guardians are going to go with Foster Griffin on the mound today. He is 14-4 with a 3.18 ERA. The Rockies are going to go with Tamayaki Sagano. He is 12-6 with a 4.70. I know him from his days with the O's, so I'm surprised he has a 12-6 record because he did not fare well for the Orioles for the most part. So the over-under here is 11, Steve. I don't know if that's attractive or not. I think it's attractive for an under.
Cleveland always has the pitching, and now that we don't have Hunter Goodman involved anymore with Colorado done for the season, you're wondering how that might affect the rest of the lineup and maybe even the motivation of the Rockies overall. Moniak did get a home run last night. There's still good offensive players in the Colorado lineup, but the Cleveland pitchers, they've been the neutralizer in this series with Colorado hardly able to get anything going. So this would be Cleveland or nothing for me. But the Cleveland is a team that is not in my gambling portfolio. You want to talk about pulling teeth, trying to score runs? I mean, that's the Cleveland baseball in a nutshell. So we'll pass on this.
All right. The Giants, they are in Boston to take on the Red Sox. Matt Wilkinson is going to be on the mound for the Giants. Looks like he is as fresh as it gets. No record, no ERA. Must be a rookie coming in. The Sox are going to go with Jake Bennett. He is 7-6 with a 3.46 ERA.
This might be your one chance to have a team to take for their team runs with Boston. San Fran, a better pitching than a hitting team. Boston is at home here. Talking about a possible rain delay. Let's see, winds blowing in, just barely in from right field. But Boston's a station-to-station type of scoring team anyway. And they've held up against the lesser talent for the most part, even though they lost to the Giants last night and got shut out. I think I'll take a chance with Boston here, over 3.5. If you need a plus money, over 4.5, I'm sure gets you plus 120 or something like that. But if you have to have some overs today, then the Boston team over maybe one you can look at. All right.
All right. The Cubs, they are taking on Seattle. This one's in Seattle. Shada Amanga is 8-9. He is a 3.77 ERA. That's the pitcher for the Cubbies. And the Mariners are going to go with Bryce Miller. He is 4-7 with a 3.71 ERA.
Seattle has won this game in dramatic fashion the last couple of nights. Last night, Randy Arozarena walking off the Cubs. Seattle trailing by 2 late in the game with nobody on base and 2 out. Find a way to win the game with a 2-run home run by Arozarena. So Seattle has really been the team that has stepped it up here in the last week and has been the darling for everybody. Man, they could not hit forever, but here they are scoring runs. I think that they can score some more today against Imanaga. He's not the greatest. I do like the Cubs, but something about Seattle kind of kills these away teams. It really is one of those stadiums that is a home field advantage for whatever reason it may be. That's just the Pacific Northwest in the nutshell there. So give me the runs for the Mariners. This is going to have to be a later day parlay. Maybe I'll just play some unders for the early games, and then I can stack a play with Boston late and Seattle on their team runs. I'll jump on the train with Seattle. Maybe I missed it, and I'm jumping on too late here. But if you took them about 7 or 8 days ago and been riding the Mariners, you've been doing well.
All right, Minnesota, they are in San Diego taking on the Padres. The Twins are going with Bailey Ober. Today he is 7-4 with a 4.62 ERA. Padres are going to go with Walker Buehler today, 7-6 with a 4.79 ERA.
Both these pitchers are kind of like the same thing. You think that they're going to be bad, but they're always a little bit better than what you're going to give them credit for. And Buehler's had a nice year for him. And Ober, better at home than he is on the road. And the Padres, again, they're probably one of these teams who have been scoring a little bit more runs lately and kind of been on a little bit of a heater here the last couple of weeks. Is it too late to jump on their bandwagon? Well, I mean, no one else is hot, right? And so, I mean, besides Seattle, maybe that's a good three-way there with Boston, the Padres, and the Mariners. I'll tell you what, I think if you take them all for over 3.5 and use a boost if you have one, that's not the worst angle today. You're going to get 6 or 7 to 1 and screw it, where you might sprinkle around 10 to 20 on 3 or 4 bets. Maybe just take them all over 3.5 on the one bet and try to hit a little bit of a home run yourself. All right, what do you got?
All right, Pittsburgh Pirates over in L.A. taking on the Dodgers. The Pirates going with Lake Bachar today. He is 1-2 with a 3.75 ERA. Dodgers are going to go with Blake Snell, 1-1 with a 3.60 ERA.
The Pirates are someone I've been trying to kick off my gambling list, which I have to some extent, but I still have been taking them. And then last night on, I'll call this a light Saturday. really did proceed with caution yesterday. The best that I could, and kind of what I plan to do today. Just not liking these matchups at all. But Pittsburgh, a team I will bet on, they had 3 runs right out of the gate against the Dodgers, courtesy mainly of O'Neal Cruz. And then after the first inning, nothing, 0 the rest of the way. So whatever team runs I would have inspired the Pirates to get to, they probably didn't get close to at the end of the day. And the Dodgers win 4-3. Snell has come off the injured list pitching okay here. I think this is just a pass to me. But what's the Pirates pitcher ERA?
He is 3.75.
Yeah, so decent. And it's not like the Dodgers have broken out of their slump completely either. And maybe it's more than a slump too. Maybe they just have been so good, and that's not a pace they can keep up with through the very long haul. Now I'm talking about over the last few years here. You just see them hit after hit after hit after hit. We just have not had that from the Dodgers lately, and they're not scoring a lot of runs. So this will be a pass.
All right. The Reds are in Arizona to take on the Diamondbacks. Reds are going to go with Andrew Abbott today. He is 6-8 with a 4.07 ERA. Diamondbacks are going to go with Mitch Bratt. He is 1-2 with a 4.17 ERA.
This will be a pass. The whole Marte thing's weird for me with Arizona. Player missing in action for the most part. And Cincinnati, they'll give you 0 one night and 6 maybe the next night. Abbott not living up to his expectations as a pitcher, really. I got better things to do than bet the Reds and the Diamondbacks in the spot. So this will be a pass.
All right, last game of the day. That's your Little League Classic game at 7 p.m. The Atlanta Braves taking on the Milwaukee Brewers. Tyler Mahle, he is 4-10 with a 4.53 ERA. Brewers are going to go with Shane Drohan. He is 6-4 with a 3.86 ERA.
Mahle is kind of like a Buehler and an Ober, to be honest. Talking about those kind of pitchers, maybe a little bit better than advertised. People want to try to jump down his throat for the most part. Milwaukee, again, they're not going to wow you with their power. They had the least amount of home runs, but they play station to station. They play it well. This sounds like a 5-4 game, 4-3 game, either way to me. Right on the over-under. Either team could possibly win. Probably a no play for me. If you had to hold the gun to my head, I'll take the Brewers over 3.5 runs. All right, so that's it.
All right, that's it for baseball.
All right, so if I have a play, let's do this. Let's take over 3.5 runs on 3 teams. We'll take Seattle, San Diego, and Boston. If you need some early action, flood the unders.
Yep, under.
All right, all unders for you, Dave. Okay, cool. All right, wrap it up.
All right.
Why not? Let's wrap her up. So, broadcasting notes. The Round Robin Preseason Episode 5 will be back next Sunday, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And then the next Sunday at 8 a.m. And then NFL Week 1, 7 a.m. time change, as we'll have a busy morning trying to get through everything. Picks, Survivor, Fantasy, you name it. All the angles all season long with the entire crew. The Friday Soccer Paycheck is back when we have match weekends on On the weekends, it will be on every Friday, right around 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We do have match weekend coming up this week again, so we'll be on board with that. They actually might have Labor Day off. I'll have to take a look at that. So we'll have a bye week in the next couple of weeks anyway, but we'll do the Friday soccer paycheck as well. Karen with her show, Sizzle Lean, the fitness show, she is out of town. She will be back after this week. So she'll be back on the air, let's say a week from Wednesday. All right, guys, go ahead and hit the replay at any time. And take in, when you're bored at work this week, take us back in because you can learn a lot about fantasy and all the angles with that to help you with your draft. That will be a wrap on fantasy for us. Nephew Dave will do picks galore next week. Ready for that? Have some fun.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're going to pick some six touchdown scorers, 8 touchdown scorers, yardage for the year. I think I'm going to lean on some unders, just because, like I've said before, as with the under, you're winning a bet until you actually lose it. All right, and in terms of injuries and stuff like that, yes, give me some quarterbacks and their passing yards under at some very lofty numbers. All right, so we'll have some fun with that next week, and pick some more college games as well. All right. Cue up the pie tasters. Nephew Dave, good job.
Yes, sir. Thanks for having me back, and we are almost there.
Almost there. All right, guys. Have a good rest of the weekend wherever you are at.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Greg Gurwitz behind the controls. This is Brad.
I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan